How are we doing, everybody, on this MLB trade deadline winding hours? I guess you could say, even though it probably shouldn't be the winding hours because there's, what, 6 hours left in the deadline. Here's the thing, will I go the entire 6 hours? I don't know, maybe not. I'm not sure. But we will be here to react to the rest of the trade deadline. We will update you on all the trades that are going to happen and also on the trades that have happened because there have been a lot of big trades over the course of the past, like, not even 12 hours at this point because you get breaking news last night at 12 a.m. that Eugenio Suarez got traded to the Mariners, and that killed me a little bit inside because I wanted him on the Phillies. Now the Phillies got to pivot to other outfield options. But then also not that long ago, you get the big gigantic blockbuster that Mason Miller is going to the San Diego Padres for a boatload of prospects. And I'm like, holy fucking shit. Jesus Christ. The Padres already had a good bullpen. Now they're even stacking the bullpen more. My God. But then that also threw a little bit of a light bulb into my head. Now, hear me out here, people, as people will slowly join in this stream. I appreciate people that will eventually tune in throughout the day. Hit the subscribe button, drop a like, leave a comment. It does me so much great wonders here. You can also go through in the live chat right here to discuss as the trade deadline goes along, and we can just interact with each other. You can also leave a voicemail at 215-839-9885 if you want to leave your thoughts in there, text messages, voicemails, whatever. And, yeah. So I had the little light bulb going off in my head once the Padres traded for Mason Miller. And actually, that was talked about last night. There was a tweet by John Heyman that the Padres were actually having very heavy discussions about going and getting Mason Miller. And then you get the Jeff Passan bomb that the trade happens and Mason Miller's going to the San Diego Padres for their number 3 prospect in all of baseball and more prospects. So the light bulb that went off in my head. If the Athletics were willing to trade Mason Miller, and it was weird because they talked about Mason Miller not pitching since Saturday, and the A's, they went into the 9th inning with a lead, and Mason Miller didn't come out to pitch. And I believe one of their coaches or was the manager or something like that saying like, no, he wasn't available for certain reasons. Oh, he got traded. Those were the reasons. They were holding him out just in case he got traded, and he did get traded. So A's were willing to trade Mason Miller. Granted, they got a haul in return for him, and it's a great haul for them. Brent Rooker could be had. Brent Rooker could be had. If you really want to deepen this lineup and you want to get that right-handed bopper, Brent Rooker could be had. I don't care what the price is. Go get Brent Rooker. He's locked up. He has a contract, and he doesn't run out until 2030. So he goes through 2030. So you don't have to worry about that's a cost-controlled player. Yeah, you probably have to give up a little bit for him, definitely. You probably have to give up at least Crawford and Aiden Miller, at least of those 2 prospects, and maybe a 3rd or a 4th. I think it's worth it. I would think it's really worth it to go out and get Brent Rooker because imagine his bat protecting Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber in the cleanup spot. Imagine that. Imagine that. And then that just makes your lineup deeper because it definitely is a huge difference with Nick Castellanos, JT Realmuto batting lower in your lineup than, say, batting 4th, 5th. You add Brent Rooker to the mix. He bats cleanup behind Harper. Then you move Castellanos to 5, JT to 6th, or whatever the way you want to spread out the lineup. And that's what I would definitely do. If you went out ball buster, if you did that, if Dave Dombrowski were to do a savvy move like that, go and get Brent Rooker and you have him through. I know people will complain, oh, what are you going to do about the defense and all that stuff because he's a terrible defender. You figure it out. You figure it out. Either Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper have talked many a plethora of times about how they're willing to go back to the outfield if necessary, if they go get a big bat. Kyle Schwarber will go out and play left field. Or you do something with Bryce Harper. I don't know. You make Brent Rooker the DH. You do something. You figure it out. Good teams figure it out. Yeah, you would sacrifice defense, but you're sacrificing defense for offense. And this team desperately needs lineup help. Brent Rooker would be my ideal bat to get because if the A's are willing to trade Mason Miller, they'll be willing to trade Brent Rooker. I know Brent Rooker came out saying, oh, I don't want to leave the A's and all that stuff. I want to be here. I'm excited about what they're building. That's probably leverage. Maybe they're telling him to say that. But does he actually probably mean that? He probably does mean that to an extent. But realistically, are you really excited to play in a minor league ballpark for the next 3 years? I'm just being perfectly honest right here. Are you really excited to play in a minor league ballpark until whenever the A's move to Vegas? I don't think you really want to. So, Brent Rooker could be had. But that is a pipe dream because I don't expect Brent Rooker to be traded. But if Dave Dombrowski was savvy enough to go out and do that, I would be ecstatic. And that would be getting Johan Duran and also getting Brent Rooker. That would be an A-plus trade deadline. I would love that a lot. But I don't think it's going to happen. You're probably going to settle around the range of a Luis Robert, of a Stephen Kwan, of a Laureano from the Orioles. Talks about the Phillies are even interested with the Cardinals players. You know, they brought up like Donovan, Nootbaar, and I believe somebody else. Donovan would definitely be intriguing as like a replacement for maybe a Bryson Stott at second base or something like that. But we'll definitely see. I wouldn't want Nootbaar. I feel like that would just be like, he's a good defensive center fielder, but he really isn't anything special with the bat. He's also a left-handed hitter, so it really wouldn't help the lineup that much. Luis Robert, it's like if you're going to these level tiers of bats, you would have to get two. One wouldn't really satisfy me. One would be like, okay, you got a bat, which is very important, but I would still need another one. I just don't think if you get Luis Robert, that solves all your issues. Luis Robert is still more of a project than anything to fix. And yeah, he would definitely, you know, you're banking and you're betting on the talent that Luis Robert has to figure it out if he comes to a team that has, you know, greater aspirations, a better ran organization, and a team that is fighting for a playoff spot, fighting for a World Series. That'll bring the talent out of Luis Robert. Yeah, that definitely is something to worth banking on, but I still don't think that is the only trade that you should make, in my personal opinion. I don't think that's the only route that you should go. If you go to the tier of a Luis Robert bat, you have to get something else. You have to get a second bat. That cannot be the only bat. Brent Rooker is worthy of only being the bat you get, if it's that level of bat. Same thing I would argue with the Eugenio Suarez. He would be worthy of only getting that specific bat. But if you're going to the Roberts Kwans of the world, you would have to get two of those players. You would have to. One of those players is not enough for this lineup. Rooker, Suarez, one of those guys is enough. The other guys, nah. So, I'd be really willing to go get Brent Rooker. I'd do anything. I'd do anything. Screw the prospects. You can rebuild the prospect system. I don't care. I don't care. I'm trying to get this team into a best possible position to win a World Series. I want Dave Dombrowski to put this team into a best possible position to compete in the playoffs. I know people around here, and we've discussed this many times, that some people don't think this Phillies team is worth buying into, which is very understandable why some people would think that way. But your goal as a team that does have World Series aspirations is to go into the trade deadline, put your team in the most best position possible to compete in the playoffs. That's what you should be doing. The Duran move, that was an A-plus move. It solidifies the back end of your bullpen. It definitely does. And granted, would I like another bullpen arm? Probably. Even though you do have David Robertson that's going to come up at some time in the beginning or the middle of August, so that will add to your bullpen depth as well. So instead, you'll have a back end of David Robertson, a Ryan Kerkering, Matt Strom, Johan Duran, and then for the rest of the season, you'll also add Jose Alvarado into that mix, even though he won't be eligible for the playoffs. That definitely will be a good thing to have for the back of your bullpen. I would like another depth bullpen arm, but we'll see where we go. Dave Dombrowski said that he is done with the bullpen, and he is still taking calls on bats and all that stuff. So the Phillies are going to make a trade today. It just depends on how many bats they're going to get. If you can't find a way to convince to get Brent Rooker, you go out, you get two of those bats of the Robert Kwan variety. I would probably be very intrigued in a Laureano because he is having a very good season, and he also mashes left-handed pitching. That's something that this Phillies team desperately does need, and he's also a right-handed bat, which this team definitely does need. Laureano definitely would be intriguing. He would immediately take over left field for Max Kepler. That would be my opinion in that case. But we have to see where the Phillies go. Donovan's intriguing in that aspect as well, but we got to see. So other trades that have happened, I do have a trade tracker right here from TSN. So basically, if we're going back to the trade that we saw yesterday with the Phillies and Johan Duran. Then obviously the Mets, like instantly right after it, traded for Ryan Helsley. They traded 3 players for him. Any other major trades that happened? Eugenio Suarez obviously went to the Seattle Mariners for 3 players, Tyler Locklear, and 2 pitching prospects. So that's something that the Diamondbacks gave up to trade, or the Mariners gave up to trade for Suarez. They also got Josh Naylor from the Diamondbacks too, so they got 2 of those Diamondback players. Also, you saw that Shane Bieber, who is still recovering from Tommy John surgery in his rehab starts, the Toronto Blue Jays picked him up from the Cleveland Guardians in that trade for a pitcher, so that'll be very interesting in that aspect. Then also, you see that the Padres get Mason Miller and J.P. Sears for the 3rd overall prospect, DeVries, which is a shortstop, and then 3 pitching prospects as well. So it's Net, Baez, and Nunez are the pitching prospects that the Padres gave up. They gave up a lot of people. They gave up a lot of people to get Mason Miller. And that, yeah, it does look at the end of the day that you only gave up Eduardo Tait and Mick Abel for Johan Duran, which Johan Duran was the best pitcher on the market. Mason Miller is nothing to scoff at, too. He is an immense talent, and he has all the talent in the world, too. But what you gave up for Johan Duran, it does look better at the end of the day. I'm very happy with Johan Duran. So you did solidify that back into the bullpen, which is very good. Also, I think the Boston Red Sox got Steven Matz as well, so the Cardinals are in sell mode. The one thing that is very stupid from this trade deadline, the one thing that is very stupid is the Los Angeles Angels. The Los Angeles Angels, they got 2 pitchers. They got 2 pitchers. The Los Angeles Angels had 2 bullpen pitchers. I believe it was Andrew Chafin and I forget who else he used to be. Luis Garcia. So they got 2 bullpen arms. So for some reason they're buying when there are so many games under 500, where the Angels probably could have got a good amount for guys like Taylor Ward and Joe Adell, and maybe Kenley Jansen. I don't know what the Angels are doing. And this is the same shit the Angels just constantly do year after year after year. Their owner is a terrible owner. You got the owner chanting, sell the fucking team at this rate, Arnie Moreno. And they really think they can compete and chase for a wild card spot in the American League, which is insanely foolish. The Angels do this way too many times. They failed trading Shohei Ohtani to get a boatload of prospects back in return, because that would have set their franchise up very good if they traded Shohei Ohtani, but no, they decided to try to make a playoff spot with Shohei Ohtani, which was just very flawed in that mindset. They've been wasting Mike Trout's entire career, and now they're just doing the same shit that they always do. Oh, they get a little bit hot, they go in a little bit of a winning streak. Oh, their owner wants to buy, and they want to try to make a playoff push when they should be selling off their assets. Yeah, the Angels are definitely a little bit improved from last season, but it's nowhere close enough to be a fucking playoff team to where you're buying at the fucking trade deadline. No. You should be selling off guys like Taylor Ward. You should be selling off guys like Joe Adell, get assets in return, and then just build off of this season that you're having and go into next year. The Angels are just insanely stupid. Taylor Ward definitely would have been an intriguing bat for the Phillies lineup. Obviously, he would bring pop from the right side, so that definitely is something there. So we'll see. We'll see where everything goes. I don't know where everything's going to go out right here. Here's an update from John Heyman. Phillies, in addition to the Padres, Reds, and others, are a potential fit for Laureano, who is having a big year in 8.84 OPS. O's could also hold as the option for 2026 as well. So right now, it's just going to be a bunch of rumors and all that crap. So we're just going to have to wait and see. Just looking at any other trade rumors, or trades that have happened over the course right here. Really nothing that were, I guess, gigantically major. Obviously, you got Brian Hayes going to the Reds. You had Tyler Rogers going to the Mets from the Giants. The Mets also gave up 3 players for Tyler Rogers for a rental. But in terms of anything other that was like a major trade, really nothing else. So there's still definitely a lot more that we could go through. Really, if you're just seeing a lot of the major trades that have happened, it's obviously Mason Miller going to the Padres. It's TSN classifies Shane Bieber as a major trade going to the Blue Jays, but Shane Bieber's also coming off Tommy John surgery, so we'll see. Eugenio Suarez, that's obviously a big trade going to the Mariners. Helsley going to the Mets, that's obviously a big trade. And obviously Johan Duran going to the Phillies, that's a major trade. So we'll see where everything goes. We'll see where everything goes. So I don't know how this day would go, but we need to see. We need to see. We need to see how everything transpires. So, like I said, if you can't find a way to swing Brent Rooker, which you would have to be very savvy to get, which I don't expect to be happening, but I do think that the A's, since they traded Mason Miller, they'd be willing to listen in on Brent Rooker. He doesn't have any trade protection. He only has a little bit of incentives in his contract. He's cost controlled. His contract doesn't expire until after 2030. That would be a very impressive power bat for this lineup that they desperately need, and then you just figure out the defensive issues later. You just figure that out later. That's what you just need to do. But if you don't go after that, caliber of bats, you go after the other lower tier of the Roberts, the Kwans, the other, the Laureanos and all that stuff, you would need to get 2 of those bats, in my personal opinion. If I'm picking between the Kwans, the Roberts, and the Laureanos and all that stuff, preferably I would get Laureano out of those 3, just because his numbers are more in his benefit. Because if we look at Ramon Laureano right now, he is having a really good season. He's batting .290 with 15 home runs, 46 RBIs, 75 hits. He mashes against left-handed pitching, and he's definitely having a career best season so far. So Laureano so far last year with the Atlanta Braves, he batted .296 with a .327 on base, .505 slug. He had 10 home runs and 29 RBIs. This year for Baltimore, batting .290, .355 on base, .529 slug, obviously with the 15 home runs, 46 RBIs. So this is definitely a career season in terms for Laureano. And just looking at his splits just to see where he does benefit the most, I know he mashes left-handed pitching a lot more, but he's been very good against both pitchers just in general. Against right-handers this year, he's batting .305 with a .368 on base, .563 slug, .930 OPS, 10 home runs. Against left-handed pitching, .261 average, .333 on base, .467 slug, .801 OPS with 5 home runs. He's just having a really good season. He's having a really good season, and I definitely would take the risk, and he also has the option for next year. His career splits, he's definitely career better against left-handed pitching, but still, he's having a career year. You take advantage of the guy that's having, a career year, and you go after that. I would definitely prefer that. Obviously, when you have a guy like a Luis Roberts, he definitely mashes left-handed pitching as well, but he's more of a project right now at this point, a recuperation project. He's still young. He's 27 years old. His numbers have definitely improved a lot more from where they were in the beginning of the year. He's only still batting .213 with a 300 on base and a 353 slug. But his numbers in the last 30 days have been very good. So I'm assuming he's trying to get himself traded. And if you do look at Luis Roberts' splits just for his entire career against righties and lefties, he mashes left-handed pitching. Career .301 average, career .367 on base, career .552 slug, and a career .898 OPS against left-handed pitching with 25 home runs. He mashes lefties. And then against righties, he's a career .248, career .295 on base, career .438 slug, .733 OPS with 74 home runs against righties in his career. And he does play a very good outfield, so it would really just be from the health factor, and maybe just getting into a better environment would help him improve a lot more. So we're just going to have to see. So we'll see where that front goes. And then if you just look at Steven Kwan's numbers, Steven Kwan definitely isn't the caliber of bat, power-wise, that you would get from some of these other players that are on the market, but he still is a solid hitter in his own right. He's batting .286 this year, .350 on base, 408 slug, 755 OPS, and OPS plus of 109. He's got 9 home runs this year, 38 RBIs, 11 stolen bases. His splits, though, he's not a good batter against left-handed pitching. That definitely is very evident. And if you just look at his career numbers splits-wise against left-handed and right-handed pitching, his career numbers against lefties have been solid. 278 average, 336 on base, 350 slug. I think this year, though, he's struggling against left-handers more than he normally does. Yeah, 254 average, 303 on base, 279 slug. Against righties, he's been very good, though. So he also does play a good left field, so there's something to that as well. But, like, if you just got a Steven Kwan, that wouldn't be enough for this lineup, in my personal opinion. I know there's some people in my chat and my mentions that would be very excited about a Steven Kwan because they just like his style of hitter, a guy that just puts the ball in play. And yeah, he doesn't strike out that often. He battles in his at-bats. He finds the way to put the ball in play. So he plays like that classic style of baseball that a lot of the old heads probably would like, and he would bat higher up in the lineup as well. So it's either you're basically just flip-flopping him with Trey Turner or something like that with the 1-2 spot, and maybe you slot guys further down the lineup. But Steven Kwan, if you got him, he can't be the only bat that you get. He's a good bat to get. He can't be the only one, in my personal opinion. He's not good. He's not that good to qualify. Yeah, he's the only guy to get for your lineup. You need something else. You need the right-handed bat. If you got the right-handed bat as long with Steven Kwan, then I'd be very happy with that. Then I would be very happy with that. So, we're just going to have to see where things go. Personally, if I were looking at things, I would try to get Laureano, and I would try to get Luis Robert in a realistic sense. In the pipe dream sense, it's Brent Rooker. Pipe dream sense, it's Brent Rooker, which still I don't expect him to be traded, but crazier things had happened. I didn't expect Mason Miller to get traded. He just got traded. So it's a wait-and-see process. It is a wait-and-see process. So we got to see. We got to see. We got to see. Gotta see. So right now, there's still really not much rumors on the Rumorverse right now. So we could definitely just chill. We can discuss. We could discuss you guys with the comment section and just see where the day goes along, because I am just going to be constantly refreshing Twitter just to see where things go. But 100% getting Johan Duran is great. It's just great. Getting Duran is great for your bullpen. Like, we can't deny like that. Like, I've seen so many people complain about trading Taiit to get Duran. Taiit is 18 years old playing single-A ball, and Duran has like 2.5 years of control left. It's not even a fucking guarantee that Taiit even makes Major League Baseball or even becomes an impact bat in Major League Baseball. It's not even guaranteed that he stays as a catcher, if he even gets into Major League Baseball. You trade those prospects any day of the week. Same thing with a McAble. You trade McAble is a prospect that you just trade. Taiit is a prospect that you just trade. But people complain about, oh my God, you don't have another catcher to back up JT Realmuto. You don't have a catcher to replace JT Realmuto eventually. Taiit is 18 years old. You wouldn't have seen him for another 5 years at least, at best. At best, you wouldn't have seen him. At best. I'd rather have Duran, especially that he has a couple of years of control left. Buster only says that some rival executives expect the Padres to land either Jarren Duran from the Red Sox or Guardians Steven Kwan before the deadline passes. Okay, we'll see where that goes. What else? Okay, guys, the comment section. Let's get to you guys, because there's quite a few people in here. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. Don't forget to drop a like and leave a comment and hit the subscribe button as well. It would love me such a great deal of service. I appreciate all of you here. Channel name, how you doing? Somehow, whatever hitter we get will somehow be cursed to suck. Yeah, you may be right. You may be right. Matthew, A's got the 3rd overall minor league pipeline prospect and 3 pitchers for Mason Miller and JP Sears. Brent Rooker would cost Andrew Painter plus more. I'd do it. I'd do it. Personally, I'm a psychopath. I'd do it. Is Blaze Jordan good? I think he's like the Red Sox like 24th best prospect. So I could not tell you that. I am not a prospect expert. I'm not a prospect expert. Who's getting traded for the Cardinals, do you think? I think the Cardinals are probably in seller mode. I wouldn't be shocked if you saw like an Arenado traded. I wouldn't be shocked if that was the case. You never know if he would waive his no move. Does he have a no move clause? I'm not sure. Yeah, Donovan could be a Philly. American Loyalist, how you doing? Yeah, Mike Soroka's also a Cub. Yeah. Michael, hey, at least Dave Dombrowski actually did something this time. Well, he's expected to do more. Duran is a really good start, but you need more. Need bats. Need bats. The Angels are a piece of shit organization and will continue to be as long as Artie Moreno is the owner. That is great. That is true. Brianna, how you doing? The Phillies are on. Yes, Phillies do play Friday night against the Detroit Tigers. That'll be a big series after the trade deadline. Very, very, a very big trade deadline. If we trade for Luis Robert, hopefully his production benefits from not being in a Jerry Reinsdorf-owned White Sox. I do think because like there's like so many other White Sox that leave the White Sox and then go on to be better. Like obviously you're seeing Andrew Vaughn with the Brewers like go off in replace of Rhys Hoskins' injury, and he's been very good for the Milwaukee Brewers. So you're just thinking to yourself that obviously Carlos Rodon has had a nice career as well, since leaving the White Sox as well. There's been plenty of White Sox players that have been better off, since being moved on from there. And Luis Robert used to be like the number one ranked prospect in all of baseball. And the White Sox, he's had like really good seasons in his early careers with the White Sox when they were still quote unquote a playoff team. But when the team dwindles, when the team just proves that their ownership is just not that good and they're just terribly ran, does that just like reflect on the players as well? Like this, like what the fuck are we supposed to do here? Like they're not going to give it their all or something like that, and just like the bad vibes and all that crap reflect on the players. You trade the player away that was a consensus number one ranked prospect in baseball for some time. You put him into a better organization. You put him into a team that's competing for a World Series, and maybe that brings out the best in that prospect. Better environment. You go to a stadium that's actually sold out in Citizens Bank Park or any other place that he gets traded to that's looking for playoff team, for the playoff hunt, and maybe that brings the best out of the player, and he lives up to his potential. And if he does live up to his potential, basically the only thing you have to worry about is his injury concerns. If he does reach that potential, you would just have to worry about the injuries. That's basically it. That's basically it. So, it's interesting. It is interesting. Let's see what else. Let's see what else. People are now talking about like with the Mason Miller trade. There is absolutely no universe whatsoever where I give up the consensus top 5 prospect in baseball in the trade that the centerpiece is a relief pitcher. Yeah, there's a lot of people that don't like trading big prospects for relief pitchers. Mason Miller does have a lot of years of control left on his contract, though. We do have a little bit of a rumor right here from Jim Bowden. The White Sox continue conversations regarding outfield Luis Robert Jr. with the Phillies, Mets, Padres still involved to some extent. So we'll see where that goes. What else? Another person keeps bringing out there that if the Diamondbacks are selling their players, maybe you could try to convince them to go after Ketel Marte. You would have to give up a lot for Ketel Marte. And I would give up a lot for Ketel Marte. He would be an amazing get, but I doubt he gets traded. He's locked in long term with the Diamondbacks, so even though he's gone through a lot of crap this year, just in his personal life, maybe it would be a good thing for him just to get out of that area, and just to another team, but I still doubt they trade him. That's like a major pipe dream and all that stuff. There is an article right here from Matt Gelb saying another possible outfield target today for the Phillies. So let's read this article from The Athletic from Matt Gelb. Sources: the Phillies' next trade target. The Phillies took their biggest swing about 24 hours ago before the deadline, but they continue to canvass sellers with potential outfield upgrades, big and small. They would prefer to add a right-handed bat to the mix. They have interest in Alex Call, a 30-year-old outfielder from the Washington Nationals, multiple major league sources have said. Call, as a part-time player, has hit 274, 371 on base, 386 slugging, and 237 plate appearances this season. He's done well versus lefties, which is why the Phillies are targeting him. Call has an 802 OPS versus lefties in 2025. He could play all 3 outfield positions. If the Phillies to choose a marginal upgrade in the outfield, they could pair it with an internal move by promoting Justin Crawford to the majors. Crawford could have arrived earlier this month, but the Phillies want him to play every day if he is in the majors, so they have waited to see how the deadline unfolds. The Phillies continue to engage the Chicago White Sox on Luis Robert Jr. and the Cleveland Guardians on Stephen Kwan, sources say, but after unloading their 2 better prospects to acquire Johan Duran, they could take a more measured approach on Thursday. We'll see. We'll see. Alex Call definitely would be a very underwhelming get, in my personal opinion. Very underwhelming in my personal opinion. So, we'll see where that takes us. Let's see. So, Matt Gelb's latest article. Let's see. Call would definitely be very underwhelming. So if they were to trade for Call, they would call up Crawford, if that's the case. So basically, you would be getting an outfield person and then also internal help with Crawford. I still don't think that's good enough, personally, in my opinion. I don't think that's good enough. Because there's like so many other yes, this website might have a meltdown if the Phillies get Alex Call over Stephen Kwan or Luis Robert. That would be another Austin Hayes type move. That would be. That would be a very another Austin. And like, there's so many things with Justin Crawford. There's so many concerns about his ability to keep his production from AAA into Major League Baseball, because the one thing Justin Crawford doesn't do, he doesn't put the ball into the air. He's a ground ball hitter, and there's no guarantee that translates well into Major League Baseball with his ground ball percentages. Yeah, he's got good numbers in minor league baseball. There's no guarantee that translates well. There's no guarantee that translates well. He doesn't really have that much pop in his bat. Yeah, he has a few home runs, but still, he's not that big of a power guy or a power threat. But is there really a chance for his ground ball percentage to translate well into Major League Baseball? That's a lot of the concern that a lot of people have with Justin Crawford. And I really just don't know that him coming up this year, and if he does play a pivotal part with this team, I just don't think it's good enough. I really just don't think it's good enough. That's why I would rather trade him for proven talent. Give me proven talent every day over prospects. And if Alex Call is the guy that you get, that would be very fucking disappointing. Very fucking disappointing. It's just another Alex Call would be a marginal move. It's just an Austin Hayes. That's what it would be. It would just be an Austin Hayes. Austin Hayes, that's what it would be. How old is he? He's 30 years old, they said? Yeah, he's 30 years old. 30 years old, just looking at his career stats, he's a career 242 hitter. He's got 3 home runs this year. Like, dude, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? No. No, Alex Call is not the guy. Alex Call is not the guy to get. Yeah, his numbers are good against left-handed hitting. He's still not a power hitter. They need a power hitter. No. It's not the guy to get. Not the guy to get. That is not the guy to get. What else is there? What else is there? What else is there? But there could also be a possible thing where, you remember with Johan Duran, a lot of the rumors and talks like that were constantly saying that, oh, the Twins are asking for Andrew Painter in the deal, which was obviously a bluff, to where they only accepted Taillon and McAble. It was obviously a bluff. So some of these prices are going to probably come down, guys, for guys like Kwan, for guys like Robert. The prices will probably come down by the time the deadline comes. So we'll just see. We'll just see. What else? What else? John Morosi says Phillies are likely to add a right-handed bat before the 6 p.m. deadline. Among the available names, Robert, Laureano, Bader, and Pham. Jesus Christ. I don't want Alex Call. I don't want Alex Call. Let's see, another article right here. This is from Tim Kelly from On Pattison. Phillies have interest in Washington Nationals outfielder Alex Call, according to Matt Gelb of The Athletic. He's 30, hitting .274 with 3 home runs, 26 RBIs, 756 OPS this season. Relatively modest production. However, if you look a bit deeper into the splits, you could start to understand where the interest in the Phillies could be coming from. Call's a right-handed hitter that is batting .314 with an 802 OPS against left-handers this year. Call has also played all 3 spots in the outfield this year, so in theory, Call could be an option to platoon with Brandon Marsh, whether he would be in left or center field. Justin Crawford could then be called up and play whichever position you don't have Marsh Call platoon at on an everyday basis. Call would also give you an insurance spot option if Crawford proves he's just not ready. Additionally, Call can't become a free agent until after 29, so he would be a controllable piece that you could have for a few seasons if things don't pan out. Or they do pan out. Obviously, Stephen Kwan or Luis Robert Jr. would be much a sexier outfield addition, but Call makes sense as the fallback if the Jesus Christ. Let's not try to rationalize going after Alex Call, people. Let's try not to rationalize that. That is an Austin Hayes caliber move. That is an Austin Hayes caliber move. That is just improving by the margins. They need a major improvement in the lineup. Alex Call is not a major improvement in the lineup. Hell, even fucking Luis Robert and Stephen Kwan are major improvements to the lineup. Like, come on, people. Come on, people. We're not trying to rationalize Alex Call here. Come on. Let's not rationalize Alex Call. No Alex Call, no Stephen Kwan. I want Painter and Miller to the A's for Rooker. I do that. I do that. People will call you crazy for wanting to trade Andrew Painter. I trade him for Brent Rooker in the fucking heartbeat. In a fucking heartbeat. Ugh. When are these trades going to start, like, really wrapping up? Because I want to see some trades, man. I want to see some trades. Someone said that the National League is a hydrogen bomb and the American League is a coughing baby. Probably is very true. What else? What else? People still talk about the Mason Miller trade. Holy, I can't even compute what this deal would be if it was the Phillies. That's the top 3 prospect in the league. The Padres version of Mick Abel. The Padres version of Mick Abel basically is what Gage Woods is, and the Padres version of Orion Kerkering just older. Oh, man. People are sharing my sentiment. Go get fucking Brent Rooker. Go get Brent Rooker. Go get Brent Rooker. Go get Brent Rooker. Go get Brent Rooker. Let's see. Let's see what else. Gotta see what else is out there. And people, you can also feel free to bring the people that you want in the comment section, in the chat, and all that stuff. Let's see. Sources from John Morosi: the Tigers were in talks with Cardinals for Ryan Helsley before the Mets acquired him. Helsley is a pending free agent. Detroit had preferred controllable options, such as the Pirates closer David Bednar. Now with all these big closers off the market, David Bednar is going to go for a fucking premium at this point. So the Pirates should do the smart thing and trade Bednar. But it's also the Pirates. It's also the Pirates. It's funny, too. People are trying to, like, with the Mason Miller thing. Oh, you allowed a home run to Max Kepler. You're not as good as Johan Duran. I love that mindset by people. I love that mindset. It's actually very funny. Oh, man. That is actually pretty funny, though. Just called in, Zach. Nice. 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 Let's see. It's honestly not an exciting crop of guys worth trading for here. It's either that or it's just you rely on this Phillies lineup, which I really just don't trust. I just don't want to do. I really just don't want to do. Phillies getting Ramon Laureano is another Kepler move. No, Laureano is 100% times better than Kepler. Ramon Laureano actually has good numbers. Laureano actually has good numbers. Granted, he's having a career year, but he also matches against left. He's just having a good season. Way better than Kepler would be. It's also the right-handed bat that you just need. Okay, so Zach has the call here. Let's get to Zach so we can hear this thing. And, yeah, let's get to Zach's call. See what he has to say.
Yo, what's up, Amadeo? So, the way I see it, there's really only 2 guys I'm interested in. Now, I'll take any of the 4 guys that have been mentioned because they're all technically upgrades. But first off, I really want Ramon Laureano because he's a right-handed bat. You know, he can play pretty much anywhere in the outfield, although I think he's more of a corner outfield guy. But he's been really good for Baltimore this year. You know, you need a right-handed bat. So definitely would be my first choice. But then Stephen Kwan, you can't go wrong with that. The only reason, you know, I wouldn't be crazy about it is because, 1, he's a lefty, and 2, we really need power in this lineup, which he doesn't provide. But, you know, having him and Trey Turner at the top of that order would be really nice to set the table for our power guys. And he's a good, really good defender, you know, out there in left field. So you're definitely improving around the board with those two. If you can't land those two, I mean, who is it? Luis Robert, Alex Call. Not too crazy about either of those guys, man. Robert is an improvement, but the dude's OPS is like 500 something against right-handed pitching this year. He's been terrible. So I really want no parts of him unless it's like salvage move. Everything else is gone. But we'll see, man. Dave Dombrowski, you got less than 6 hours.
5.5 hours.
Let's get it done. Go Phils.
I do trust Zach's rationale here because Zach is, I think, from the Baltimore area and he does go to a lot of Orioles games, so he would be seeing Laureano a lot in person. So if Zach sees Laureano and he actually is, and his numbers do back it up, Laureano has been very good this year. So, oh, there we go. Let's see, another trade just happened from Ken Rosenthal. Tigers are acquiring Kyle Finnegan from the Nationals. So the Tigers get their bullpen arm, it looks like. So that's cool. What else? Yep, Finnegan to the Nationals. I mean, Finnegan to the Tigers. That's another trade going down there. Yes, Brianna, Phillies are Friday. Yep. Now it's confirmed by Jeff Passan. Detroit is finalizing a deal to acquire closer Kyle Finnegan. I wonder what they had to give up for him. Wonder what they would have had to give up for him. I think, is Finnegan a rental too? I feel like Finnegan's a rental. Not entirely sure. So that's another trade that has gone down. So interesting stuff there. But yeah. I take a Ramon Laureano. Oh yeah, Bednar's price is just going up and up and up and up and up and up. I really wonder what the Tigers are giving up for Finnegan. I actually do want to see the return. Yep, Ken Rosenthal had the trade there. BetMGM saying that sources are it's a joke. Sources are saying the Yankees have traded Anthony Volpe to the Savannah Bananas in exchange for 10'9" pinch hitter Dakota Albritton, the guy on stilts. Oh man, there's a lot of rumors now going out there about the Cubs trying to go after Mackenzie Gore. That would be interesting. That'd be very interesting. Surprised there's been nothing on Mullins and or O'Hearn from Baltimore. Yeah, I'm actually pretty shocked about that. I know there was the rumor like a while ago about the Phillies being interested in like Cedric Mullins and also Felix Bautista. I wonder where those talks have gone. That's interesting. Let's see, is there any other updates on this? So we still don't know what the return to the Nationals is. So we'll keep seeing. I feel like I'm going to regret going live this early than streaming for so long. But maybe it'll be worth it at the end of the day. Maybe I'll... Because I feel like if I streamed a little bit later, we would have, like... I would have missed Phillies trades. I would have missed the reaction, blah, blah, blah. And all that stuff. What else is there? AJ Preller definitely is saying fuck those prospects though. But the Durant, I want you guys to listen to Durant's entrance too. Like this would be fucking electric, man. Electric, just to hear it Citizens Bank Park. Like, don't you just find it electric that the Undertaker and then the rest? I'm not gonna play the rest of the song just because of the copyright risk, but it's still a cool thing. Did we get any updates on the return? So, oh man. Yep, Kyle Finnegan to the Tigers. Okay, Brianna, are you just gonna keep spamming Phillies on Friday? I know they play Friday. I do know they play Friday. So it's either the bot at this point. or it's just a person that's just constantly spamming the same thing. So, we'll just let it play out. Yep, now more MLB insiders are just saying that Finnegan's going to the Tigers, but we still don't know the return yet. Still don't know the return. Still don't know the return yet. No way this is a real person. Maybe they're just being trolls. I don't know. Well, let them do what they want to do. I pay no mind to it. Pay no mind to it. Nope, still nothing about... She's boosting the algorithm, though. That is true. That is the benefit, boosting the algorithm. Got a frequent commenter in here. Nope, still nothing on the prospect to return to Washington. Still nothing yet. I'm just constantly hitting the refresh button on Twitter. That's basically what I'm doing at this point for the entire thing. What I'm doing at this point. Mariners are welcoming home Eugenio Suarez. What else is there? What else is there? Nope, nothing there, nothing there. Still nothing on the trade thing, still nothing. Can we get like a trade return for Finnegan here, people? Can we get a trade return? Can we please get a trade return, please? Please. I would like a trade return. It'd be very nice. I don't know why this is taking forever. I'm definitely... I feel like I'm definitely going to regret going live so early. But that's the risk we take. That is the risk we take. We are still not getting anything up here, man. Nothing. On a trade return. Holy fuck. Now people are trying to say that. Oh, it looks like Rob Thompson changed his number. Because Rob Thompson was wearing 59 and Johan Duran also wears 59, so it looks like Rob changed his number to 49. Interesting. So Rob Thompson sacrificing his number for the player they just got in the trade. And here we go. I'm assuming this is a... I don't know. Let's see what else is there. 2 A-ball pitching prospects go to DC in the deal. They got 2 single A guys. So it's nothing substantial. Nothing substantial. Nothing substantial for Kyle Finnegan, which probably is to be expected. Isn't like I said, isn't Kyle Finnegan on a 1-year deal? Yeah, he's had a 1-year deal, so probably was not going to get much. So Tigers got him back into the bullpen arm for their bullpen, which only means that David Bednar's price is just going to be exorbitant through the roof because he basically is basically the last back end bullpen arm that is available at the deadline. So if the Pirates are very smart, they'll hold out to the last second to get the best offer possible. And also Bednar has like 2 more years of control left, I believe, 2 or 3 years left. So the Pirates, in theory, should be getting a haul for Bednar. In theory. Thank God the Phillies got Duran. They were able to get that. Thank God the Phillies got Duran. One of the reasons why I didn't want to give up too much for Suarez. And we'll see what they give up for some of these other guys, though. Bednar is going to be a Dodger. I wouldn't be shocked. I would not be shocked. So, what's your... Yeah, the Dodgers would have to make a response to what the fucking Padres are doing. Same thing with the Phillies, same thing with the Mets. Phillies won Friday. Like, are you trying to predict the future here, Brianna? Brianna, if you are a real person, are you trying to predict the future? Phillies won Friday. It's not Friday yet. It's Thursday. It's the trade deadline. Is this like a future prediction type of thing? I really feel like we won't see a Phillies trade until later on in the later stages of this deadline. Are you from the future? Let's see what else is there. Let's see. Tigers have acquired right-handed reliever Kyle Finnegan in a trade with the Nationals. Finnegan is 33. He has a 4.38 ERA with 14 walks, 32 strikeouts across 39 innings this year, racking up 20 saves and 26 opportunities. And people are always doing the side-by-side stat head cards with Duran and Mason Miller. Duran has the better WAR. He has more games. He has more innings. Record's better. Mason Miller has more saves. Duran has the better ERA and ERA plus. Miller has like 6 more strikeouts, a better K percentage. They both have the same amount of walks, and Duran walks less people than Mason Miller does. Tell me if I should put my life savings on black or red. Going to Atlantic City. Oh, man. That is funny. Up and Brodes already posted his tune in for later on WIP. Dave will either make me happy or very sad. Imagine Duran coming out of that with that music at Citizens Bank Park. Comes in for the save. I know people are going to say, oh my god, how many save opportunities is he realistically going to get with this Phillies team? Shut up. I can dream. He comes out of the bullpen with his entrance theme. Comes in, throws 104-mile-an-hour fucking cheese against the Mets. The 3 outs, gets the 1-2-3 save. Lindor, Juan Soto, Pete Alonso. Comes out there, strikes all those guys out. Save. 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 Puts the Phillies in first place. A man can... Watching his highlights, he is not afraid to throw the curve to a lefty or a splitter to a righty. Good, he shouldn't be afraid at all. Yep, Rob Thompson has officially switched his number to 49, so Duran will wear 59 with the Phillies. That is actually pretty funny. Yes, the Phillies are Friday night at 6:45. They definitely are. They definitely are. SummerSlam is also this weekend. He'll throw any of his 3 pitches to batters when it's a righty or a lefty. Good. Go out there with confidence. Have trust in your stuff. Who knows, under Caleb Contham, he might get better. Maybe. Maybe. Even though they really don't have to do much with him. He's already a proven commodity. Let's see, is there any other trade tracker updates right here from TSN? They probably just updated with the Kyle Finnegan trade, probably. Not entirely sure, though. Nope, they haven't updated it yet. Nope, have not updated it yet. Tigers also got Paul Sewald from the Guardian. It is definitely a bot. Hey, if it helps with the algorithm, I'll take it. I will take it if it helps with the algorithm. It'd be funny if it was a real person though, and they just decided to spam all this stuff. You think David? Yeah, David Robertson will definitely be a better option in the bullpen for you. He'll have his moments. He's definitely a good upgrade for the bullpen. It's just that how much can you rely on a 40-year-old guy in the bullpen? And granted, he's not going to be in like the 8th or the 9th inning. He'll be like the 7th inning type of guy. He'll probably like interchange 7th innings with like Kerkering, Schramm, and all that stuff. Like Duran is like the de facto 9th inning guy. Like you already have that set in stone. And Dabrowski said that. Rob Thompson said that. Like he's already the de facto 9th inning guy, and he should be. Comes in for the 9th inning. If you need him to get like a 4-out save, if you need him to get a 5-out save, there you go. He'll be that guy. That's what you acquired him for. The Phillies have a de facto closer now. Twins talks on Harrison Bader have intensified. Would expect him to be dealt in the next several hours. That is from John Morosi of MLB Network. You can trust him, just don't rely on him too heavily. Yeah. Hopefully they won't do like the same thing when they relied too heavily on Craig Kimbrel, which I don't think that would be the case. I don't expect Duran to flame out like Kimbrel did. Duran's our first real closer since Papelbon. I mean, don't discredit what Kimbrel did for us in the regular season for us in 23. He just really flamed out in the playoffs because he was overused. But Kimbrel was really good for us in 23. I think people will just reflect on the playoffs, and obviously, yes, the playoffs was a nightmare for Craig Kimbrel. But I think the overall body of work from Kimbrel in 23 was probably his last good stuff with us. Yeah, I think he just flamed out because Rob Thompson overused him. Yes, Phillies, Friday night, 6:45. I'm just going to ignore Brianna. Let's see, what other things that are around here right now? Nope, not much. Not much. Oh, you're not a Kimbrel hater, Zach? So you understand that Kimbrel was actually good for us for a long period until, Yeah, I like pipe dream. I just need Brent Rooker, man. Duran is on a completely different level than Craig Kimbrel, 100%. Oh yeah. Kimbrel wasn't. Yeah, it was like the Phillies only had 2 All-Stars that year. They had Kimbrel was an All-Star, and I think Castellanos was an All-Star. I think those were the only 2 All-Stars for the Phillies that year. I think those were the only. Yeah, those were the only 2. Because 2024 they had the boatload of the All-Stars. It was Bryce, it was Trey, it was Bohm, it was Hoffman, it was Sanchez, Wheeler, and all that stuff. Like they had a bunch of All-Stars in 24. I'm trying to think, who was their All-Star in 22? Was it just? I think it was just Schwarber. I think just Schwarber was the All-Star in 22 because he was also in the home run derby. Yeah, I think it was just Schwarber. I'm not sure if there was like a bullpen arm or something like that. I think it was just Schwarber. And obviously this year it was just Schwarber and Zach Wheeler and all that stuff. Let's see. Someone says, I'm prepared to celebrate the Phillies trade for Luis Robert Jr. I'm equally prepared to trash him at the Mets trade for him. That's funny. Yeah, I think I'm trying to think of like the All-Stars the Phillies had the previous years. Like I think JT was an All-Star in like 2021. I forget if there was any. It could have been like Nola or Wheeler. I think it was like Wheeler and Nola in 21 maybe were the All-Stars along with JT, because I remember JT hitting a home run in the All-Star game. Like I vividly remember that. 22 was a fever dream. Yeah. Frustrating regular season, even though that was like a stage where I was with the Phillies where I was just like more positive than not. I just was than like what I am right now. But it definitely was a very frustrating season, but it took us on a magical journey in the playoffs. Sadly didn't end the way we wanted to. But we did lose to a better team in Houston, so that's basically what it was. 2023 was the real letdown, with the choking in the NLCS in Game 6 and 7. That was the real letdown. Sadly, we all had to witness that live in South Philadelphia. That series definitely changed once you lost those first two games in Arizona. The series definitely shifted in the tone because you couldn't beat them in a bullpen game. Eagles updates from training camp and all that stuff. Hey, isn't today the Hall of Fame game? So this is so basically this is the first. This is the beginning stretch of like football being played every week now. What else is there? What else is there? Let's see. Let's keep updating. Let's keep going. Let's keep updating. Nope, still nothing. Still nothing. I can't tell if Padres fans or Padres insiders are excited about getting Mason Miller or they hate the trade. Because obviously it's still the same rationale with a lot of people that they don't want to give up a boatload of prospects for a bullpen arm. It probably does make the Phillies trade look a lot better in hindsight. It probably does. Phillies only gave up 2 prospects. But then there was also the rumor now that the Padres are looking to trade Cease and Robert Suarez. That they got Mason Miller. And also the other guy. I forget his name. JP Sears. So we'll see. Someone now says that after the Mets trade for Helsley, just watch for Frank the Tank to crash out after Helsley first blows a game. Here's an interesting thing. Pitt and Penn State will play a neutral game site on December 21st in Hershey. I'm assuming that's football related. Probably not hockey. It's probably football related. Yep, talks have gone up more for Harrison Bader. 4 years of control for Mason Miller. Yeah, that makes sense. Understandable why you would have to give up so much. I really do want to see how the Dodgers respond to the Padres, though. I would like to see how the Dodgers respond. Because obviously they haven't done anything, which is very shocking from the Dodgers' perspective. Like, it's very shocking that the Dodgers haven't done anything. I'm very shocked right now. And right now, it's besides like the Mariners, like the National League is doing all the big stuff. Besides the Mariners, like they're the really only American League team that has done something major. So I want to see where everything goes from there. Oh boy. So what are we, over an hour at this point now? Yep, we're over an hour. So 1 o'clock, we'll have 5 hours left at the deadline. Oh god, this is gonna be a very fucking long time. I could probably do shit in the meantime, you know what I mean? Probably do some other stuff to pass the time. What do I have here? What do I have that I can like showcase to you guys? I do have my Switch. I could probably turn on my Switch for a little bit if worse comes to worse and all that. I would have to update everything on the camera, but we'll see where things go. Let's see. From John Morosi. Sources: the Marlins and the Yankees have had dialogue about either Sandy Alcantara or Edward Cabrera going into the Bronx. Marlins have asked for Spencer Jones, as different concepts have been discussed. You got work, Zach? Are you at work currently? And you're just on your break watching? I appreciate that. I could probably turn on my Switch or something like that, maybe in a little bit. Stream some games to you guys. Off tomorrow, we'll be driving down to North Carolina in the middle of the night, Friday into Saturday morning. What, do you go into the Outer Banks or something like that? Is that where a lot of people go in North Carolina, to the Outer Banks? Let's see. And here's an Eagles thing right here. Jeff McClain, in my near 20 seasons of covering the Eagles, I've never seen them have a collection of off-ball linebackers as potentially great as this group. The top 5 guys, Zach Bond, Nakobe Dean, Jeremiah Trotter Jr., Jahad Campbell, and Samal Mondon, are all dudes. Dean has to return from an injury of the same guy, of course, and the rookies have their ways to go, but they don't have wishing and hoping vets and undrafted rookies like in the past because of organizational undervaluing of the position. Credit to Vic Fangio for stressing the importance, but also GM Howie Roseman for listening and executing. Ocean Isle Beach, the second to last beach in North Carolina. Nice. Nice. Hope you enjoy it. Let's see what else is there. MLB Deadline is starting their show now for the deadline coverage. We'll see. We'll see where things go. Frank has a. The Athletics are an embarrassment. These are not expensive players. They are selling off for nothing. See what other Jeff Passan has something. Oh, Phillies made a trade. Phillies made a trade. Phillies made a trade. Phillies are finalizing a trade to acquire outfielder Harrison Bader from the Minnesota Twins. Phillies made a trade, boys. Phillies made a trade, so they got an outfielder. They got an outfielder. It's Harrison Bader. Harrison Bader is to the Phillies. Harrison Bader to the Phillies. Harrison Bader to the Phillies. Let's look at his numbers. Harrison Bader's a solid player. Bader's a solid player. What are his numbers this year? Batting .258 with the Twins, .339 on base, .439 slugs, .778 OPS, 111 OPS plus. His numbers this year, those are his numbers this year with the Twins. He's a career .243 hitter. He's a solid player. I mean, I think he's a good outfielder though. He's a very good outfielder. Yeah, I doubt they've had to give much to get Bader. What are his splits? He's basically the same. He's a better against righties, it looks like. Bader's a solid pickup, but it's not enough, obviously. Oh yeah, Bader is a... Yeah, Bader can't be the only move, though. Bader cannot be the only move. There's got to be more. And if it's not a terrible move, but if that's the only move, it's a terrible move, if that makes sense. If that is your only bat that you're getting, can't be the only thing. I want to see what they gave up for it. What's his contract, though? What is his contract? Let me see his contract. Let me see his contract. He signed he's a 1-year rental. 1-year rental player. So realistically, you wouldn't have to give up much. Realistically, you wouldn't have to give up much. Oh yeah, Bader is a definite improvement on your outfield defense. And he's more of a 9-hole hitter than not. What are his strikeout numbers, actually? What are his strikeout numbers? I want to actually see his strikeouts. Does he strike out a lot? 81 strikeouts this year. No, he doesn't strike out that much. I want to see what they gave up for him. It'd be funny if they gave up Kepler. Imagine if they gave up Kepler. If Kepler went back to the Twins for Bader. That would be very funny. We'll send an outfield prospect and a pitching prospect to the Twins. I wonder which prospects. It can't be that major of prospects. It can't be that major of a move. It's got to be like a low tier type of thing, you know what I mean? I'll guess Gabriel Rincones and another low tier pitcher, maybe. Like Rincones, maybe, I would say. I think Bader, let's see. Yeah, with Bader headed to Philly, the top outfield options are available, or at least Luis Robert Jr., Cedric Mullins, and Ramon Laureano. Twins will receive 2 lightly regarded prospects, so I'm assuming it's 2 low-ranked prospects. I'm assuming that means it's nothing major on the prospect part for the Phillies. We'll see. Gotta update the thing. Still nothing, still nothing. Todd, don't make it sound like this is the only bat that the Phillies are getting. Don't make it sound like this is the only bat that the Phillies are fucking getting. There are 5 hours left in the deadline. This cannot be the only bat that they're getting. Bader is, let's see, I need to see what the prospects they gave up. Because if it's just 2 lowly prospects, it can't be that much. This cannot be the only move they make. Cannot be the only move they make. North Jersey trash. Is he from North Jersey? Yeah, he's from Bronxville. He's from Bronxville, New York. Let's see. Phillies are sending outfield Hendry Mendez. Oh, that's nothing. I have no idea who these guys are. I have no idea who these guys are that they just sent. That they kept their top prospects, so they could still make another move. I have never heard of these guys. Never heard of these guys. Go make another move. Oh, you're talking about Mets fans? So that makes me think that Bader's probably your center field thing. So you gave up nothing. Well, people have. This is the thing. If this is their only offensive upgrade, people have the right to bash the move. Granted, you gave up nothing. You gave up nothing to get Bader. You still got to get something else. I still would not. I would still get a left field upgrade. I would go get Ramon Laureano. I have no idea who these guys are. They were never giving up that much for fucking Harrison Bader. So and people are saying Bader has been better offensively this season, but I still need more. I need another bat. I need another bat. Bader definitely improves your outfield defense. He's definitely a very good center fielder, but he's more of an 8-9 hole hitter than anything. I need another bat. I need another bat. This cannot be the only move that they make. This cannot be the only move that they make. Because yeah, basically everybody's like right now, Bader's fine. He can't be the only move. Cannot be the only move. Why do I feel like I like this? I mean, Bader's not a bad player. He's an okay player. He's a fine player. He's a good defensive center fielder, and this year offensively, he's having one of his best seasons. And statistically, you would think playing in Citizens Bank Park, his offense would only get better, but still, it cannot be the only move. It cannot be the only move that you make. That is the thing. That cannot be the only bat that you get, because if it's the only bat that you get, it's not a good day. It's like, yeah, Duran is a really good move, but you need Duran plus. Duran plus Bader, it's not good enough. It's not good enough. And the Phillies gave up nothing to get Bader, so they still have Miller, they still have Crawford, they still have Panther, they still have their top prospects. So they can make the move. They can make more moves. This cannot be the only thing here. So Harrison Bader to the Philadelphia Phillies cannot be the only move. Cannot be the only move. Let's see. Gotta see where the rest of the day goes. Yeah, I have no idea who these players that the Phillies gave up for, so. The trade itself is fine. Yeah. Scott Lauber confirms that Phillies are acquiring Harrison Bader for the Twins. Phillies have had interest in Bader at the deadline 2 years ago. Right-handed hitter, solid defender. Cannot be the only move. Cannot be the only move. That cannot be the only move that they make. Because cannot be the only move they make. And if that is the only move they make, I am extremely fucking disappointed. Yeah, it's just an move right now. Just an move. It's just like, are they just allergic to? Of course, someone wants to bring up Harrison has a career 809 OPS in the postseason. I really hope this isn't the only move they're making, man. I really hope it's not the only move they're making. Because that would be fun. It's another Austin Hayes. It's just another Austin Hayes. So they traded a person who was ranked 17th in the farm system and a 16-year-old pitcher that they just signed from international stuff. So you gave up nothing. Make another trade. Make another trade. Make another trade, Dave. You have 5 hours to make a trade. Let's see what else. Anything else here? Anything else here? Yeah, people, yeah, Bader's fine, but they need more than fine. That this cannot be the only upgrade they make. And like Bader's, granted, he's an upgrade defensively, but he's really not that much of an upgrade offensively. He just isn't. I just don't see it, man. Let's see. He does have a career 809 OPS in the postseason. That's actually pretty funny. And that was with the Yankees. he was not good with the Mets in the postseason. He did not have a single hit, even though he played 5 games. He only had 3 plate appearances with the Mets in the postseason last year. Let's see. Trying to see if there's anything else. Trying to see if there's anything else. I'm really actually starting to get scared it's going to be their only move. Granted, there's 5 hours left in this deadline. Less than 5 hours. They got to make another move. They have to make another move. They just cannot. They cannot. Just can't be their only offensive quote-unquote upgrade. Lineup upgrade, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't move the needle. Duran moved the needle. Bader does not move the needle. And like, if he's just, I don't want to get into that discussion. If he's the only move they make, does he just play? Is he the de facto center fielder? Like, what does he play? Where does he play? Like, you can't sell me Harrison Bader in the center field and then Brandon Marsh and whatever in left. You just can't sell me that. Or if you fucking call up, you can't sell me that. Dabrowski's already kicking his feet up. Cannot be the only move that you make, man. This cannot be the only move that you make. Harrison Bader this season. Of course, people are trying to like type it up like insiders and all that stuff. 13 defensive runs saved, 5 in center field, 8 in left field. So he's played both left and right field. 118 WRC plus against righties, 115 WRC plus against lefties. Bader in his career, 67 defensive runs saved, 50 in center, 9 in left, 8 in right, 131 RBC plus in the postseason. Oh my fucking god. Here's an update from and Tim Kelly says it gives the Phillies flexibility if they do want to call up Justin Crawford. I really hope that's not what they're doing, man. Mark Feinsand. Although the White Sox have spoken with a number of teams about Luis Roberts, sources say it's more likely he stays in Chicago through the trade deadline. White Sox would likely pick up his $20 million option for 2026 and hope there's more of what they've seen over the past month. The White Sox would be, unless that's just like a bargaining thing, or the White Sox are just that foolish. Which could be very, very true on both sides. Phillies fans were screaming not to trade for another boring white dude, and the Phillies traded for Casper the Friendly Fucking Ghost. Then someone says, I see you're not satisfied with your subscription to Max Kepler. Can I interest you in a 3-month trial upgrade to Max Kepler Plus? Oh, man. You know what the sad thing is? Let me look at his numbers. You know what the sad thing is? He'll have the 3rd best OPS on the Phillies. That is very sad. That would be the sad thing. He'll have the 3rd best OPS in the lineup. That's how bad some players are in the lineup this year. Oh, man. That is hilarious. Harrison Bader is like, it's fine. It can't be the only thing. If Harrison Bader is the only player that you're getting, the only bat that you're getting, it's not good enough. Like, if it's a stepping stone and you get this move out of the way, and then you save the last few hours to try to get the other bat that you're trying to get, then I'm fine with it. If this is the only move, it's not good enough. Let's see. Someone, Tim Kelly saying it will be interesting to see what the Phillies do. This is in terms of if they called up Crawford. You can roll with Harrison Bader in center field with Brandon Marsh, Weston Wilson, Otto Kemp in left field, or you can platoon Bader and Marsh in left corner and let Crawford play every day. That's not good enough. That's just simply not good enough. Simply not good enough. Simply not good enough. Simply not good enough. Just not good enough. New post from Jeff Passan. The Dodgers finally made a trade. The Dodgers are finalizing a deal to acquire right-handed reliever Brock Stewart from the Minnesota Twins. The Twins are selling off everybody. Holy shit. Why not bring up Justin Crawford? Crawford's numbers are good down in AAA. He hits a lot of balls on the ground, though. He does not elevate the ball. He hits a lot of balls on the ground, and a lot of people's fears that it won't translate to Major League Baseball, and that is also my fear as well. He doesn't hit for power. Granted, he's an average guy. He's an on-base guy. He's a steal threat and all that stuff. I get that. Does a very high ground ball percentage translate to Major League Baseball, though? I don't know if it does. I don't know if it does. But, geez, the Twins are, Jesus Christ, fire sale. Yep. Johan Duran was a grand slam trade. Harrison Bader is a slap single. Improvement over Kepler, but not enough to move the needle. Oh, yeah. It is an improvement over Kepler. That's not hard to say, though. Anything is an improvement. Fucking crash test dummy is an improvement over Max Kepler. So it wasn't that hard to upgrade Max Kepler. But if Harrison Bader is the only trade that you make, it's not good enough. It is not good enough. Is Rooker really available? No one's saying that he's available, but then were people saying that Mason Miller was available? No. No one said Mason Miller was available, but he got traded. So, given the right package, he could be had. Here's a little bit of a conspiracy theory, and maybe this is just me coping. I probably don't even believe it myself, but I'm a psychopath. You bring in Harrison Bader just to dramatically improve your outfield defense. And maybe your plan is to still put Schwarber in left field. Trade for Brent Rooker. And you make him the DH. That's my theory. It's not happening. It is a very dumb conspiracy theory, but it's one that I am a psychopath to bring up, even though it's not going to happen. Rooker and Lau would be great fits for the... Don't bring that up, Jason. No. I don't want to think about great fits for the Mets. I don't want to think about great fits for the Mets. And here's a good point right here by Philly Nation. The only thing that's annoying, truly annoying about the Harrison Bader trade is why didn't you just sign him in the offseason? Now you are once again trading a decent prospect, and who cares about Hendry Mendez? For once again, basically a rental. I don't think the mutual option gets picked up on both sides next year. They never do. Really thought we were done with trading prospect capital for 11 weeks of a mid player. Why are we complaining about? Why are we complaining about trading Hendry Mendez? Why are we complaining about trading Hendry Mendez? This is if this is a White Sox reporter. Here we go. Phillies are out on the White Sox. Luis Robert Jr. acquiring Harrison Bader from the Twins. Padres would be the destination depending on the White Sox ask. That's disappointing. Brock Stewart. Blah, blah, blah. That's the Dodgers trade. Blah, blah, blah. Surprisingly, the trade tracker has not updated at all. John Morosi says the Stephen Kwan trade today is viewed as increasingly likely, sources say. Then Tom Kelly of 94 WIP says that the Phillies get Kwan. This is an A+ deadline and they become World Series favorites. Get it done. Is Justin Crawford the plan for the Phillies? Bader, Marsh, and left. Crawford center, Castellanos and right. Not terrible at all, especially with Bader and Marsh being able to slide into center field and Crawford struggles. Kepler to the bench, maybe even DFA'd. It's not good enough. 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 Nowhere close to good enough. Nowhere close to good enough. Once again, you were improving your lineup by the margins instead of making a massive improvement. Harrison Bader has a 2.3 WAR higher than the next Phillies closest outfielder. Instant upgrade. Like I'm not denying that Bader defensively is an upgrade. He 100% is an upgrade defensively, but it's just like fucking. It's not an upgrade offensively. It's not. It is sad that he would probably have one of the better OPSs on the team, though. That is very sad. But it's not good enough. If only either we get Robert or Rooker. I don't know. The Rooker trade is just a pipe dream of mine. I don't think he's getting traded. I'd be very shocked if that were to happen. But it's just like the one thing, like I said, this is also a coping thing too. Like, do you just get this very small minor trade out of the way, and then you focus on the final few hours trying to get your bigger bat that you're actually trying to acquire? And that's what you're doing, and you just got this one out of the way? I don't know. I don't know yet. I can't gauge anything. It's like, yeah, it's on the surface. It's like, yeah, Bader's not a bad player. It's just like, people compare it to Austin Hayes because Austin Hayes was the only bat that you got at the deadline last year. That's why we compare it to that. And Austin Hayes wasn't good enough. I know he dealt with a lot of injury problems when he came here, but still, for a team that needs massive offensive upgrades, it's Harrison Bader cannot be your only bat. I'm just telling the truth here. It cannot be your only bat. Someone says, I think the league should intervene if the White Sox really don't trade Robert. Big time meh, the trade. Yep, more talks about Sandy Alcantara and Edward Cabrera with the Yankees, so we'll just see where that goes. Four and a half hours left in the deadline right now. Let's see, Destiny Legardo posted something on Phillies Nation about it. Yep. Phillies will add a right-handed bat, Harrison Bader, into the fold ahead of Thursday's trade deadline. According to Jeff Passan, Philadelphia is finalizing a deal, blah, 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 blah. Bader is a fairly even split to get to right-handed and left-handed pitching, and he'll provide a right-handed option for the Phillies manager, Rob Thompson. Phillies lineup is heavy on lefties, and its outfield has not been productive this season. Bader has primarily played left this year, but he spent plenty of time in center field, and he has experience in right as well. Phillies traded for Twins closer Johan Duran on Wednesday, giving the pitchers McAble and Eduardo Tate to significantly improve their bullpen. Now they're on the verge of an offensive addition. This story will be updated. Not enough, man. John Morosi says Astros are one team to watch on Stephen Kwan. Houston has had 3 different starting left fielders in the last 3 games. Interesting. Interesting. We had to make the trade for Duran. You just don't know how Abel and Tayet are going to play out. Exactly. Exactly. Trying to refresh Twitter just to see where everything's at. Again. Annoying. Harrison Bader's contract included a $500,000 trade assessment bonus, or a trade assignment bonus, so he's $500,000 richer with this deal. That is a weird incentive. That is a weird incentive. So you get more money if you got traded. That is weird. So it's like the Twins didn't expect to be good. Like, I don't know what to take with that Robert thing with the White Sox. Oh, we might keep Robert. Is that just a leverage thing to try to up the price more to make teams more desperate to give up more things for him? I don't know. If they play that card, I don't know if it will work out. Phillies tailgate. I'm fine with adding Harrison Bader as long as Justin Crawford joins the team tomorrow. Having Bader, Crawford, Marsh sharing time between center and left is probably the best move there if there isn't another bat added before 6 p.m. Not good enough. Like, people are going to try to sell themselves onto that, but it's not good enough. It is not good enough. People are going to try to sell themselves on Justin Crawford being good enough for Major League Baseball. I just... People are even questioning the ground ball rate, man. It's not good enough. Let's see. He's batting .325 this year, .411 on base, .426 slug, .836 OPS. He's got 3 home runs, 38 RBIs, 33 stolen bases, 48 walks, 107 hits, 18 doubles, 3 triples. He in the minor leagues, he's a career .319 hitter, .383 on base, .438 slug, .820 OPS. I don't know, man. He's a good fielder. I don't know. It's just it's the ground ball percentage. It's the ground ball percentage that really that scares me. I guess Baseball Reference doesn't have his ground ball rates. I mean, yeah, it doesn't hurt to call up Crawford, but it's just you're a team that's trying to win a World Series. Is Justin Crawford going to really help you out? Like, is calling up how old is Crawford? Like 21 years old? Is calling up a 21-year-old prospect going to really help your aspirations of winning a World Series? Is it really going to be that case? I just don't buy it. I'm sorry, I just don't buy it. I'd rather have proven talent. Cubs are actively trying to make moves, but the sources are saying the Cubs do not want to rank the number 2 ranked prospect per MLB Pipeline, who ranks them as the number. The Cubs don't want to trade their second ranked prospect, which ranks number 47 in baseball. So Cubs don't really want to pay the steep price. Phillies, out of the current Phillies outfield, Harrison Bader has the highest OPS, slug, and on-base percentage, the second highest home runs, hits, RBIs, strikeouts, and stolen bases. It's not a flashy move, but that some people want, but the Phillies outfield has improved on paper. Yes. There we go. Jeff Kerr, assuming the Phillies don't do anything else, Harrison Bader paves the way for Crawford to join the outfield. I don't know, man. I don't know. I just don't think it's good enough. I just don't think it's good enough. And I would like Justin Crawford to come here and be electric. I would give anything in the world for that. I just don't see how it works. I just personally just don't think it's good enough. And people keep saying Stephen Kwan trade viewed as increasingly likely. I know when I was going to turn on my Switch, that's when the trade happened for Harrison Bader. So should I try to turn the Switch on again, and that becomes the another Phillies trade? They trade for Brent Rooker? I don't know. Now my earphones are just constantly slipping out of my ear again. Blah, blah. Now I've got to clean that one. Might as well clean the other one. This is fucking gross as shit. Ugh. Anything? Nope, still nothing here on the updates. Nothing here on the updates. Excuse me. Rob Matty, Harrison Bader gives the Phillies a guy who can Cody Ross a series. He hit all 5 of his postseason home runs in 2022 with the Yankees and was 10th for 30 that October. 4 for 31 in 4 other postseason appearances. People are definitely going to try to buy themselves into the move. Another earthquake happened. Astros continue to monitor the starting pitching market. Dylan Cease and Sandy Alcantara included, but sources say Houston is currently more focused on upgrading the back end of the bullpen with some of the top-end controllable relievers potentially in play for the Astros. We'll see. See. Oh, God. I wonder, though, if I can get this thing up here for you guys. Maybe we can try something here. Let's see. Maybe boot up the switch just so you're not staring at my face the entire time. Let's see. Get this volume up for you guys. Let's try to get this up here and try to share everything. See something here. Where is the... Why is it not popping up? Oh, Elgato. Why aren't you capturing anything? Do I have to, like, unplug it and plug it? Alright, boys, I'm trying. Let's see. There's a black screen right there, so I'm just trying to figure out, like, what the issue is. Like... Why isn't it popping up? Thing. Give me a second here, people. Let me try this. Get back on here. I want to see something. Add game capture. Let's see. Boop, under that. Still not there. Interesting. Well, why is it not working now? Why isn't this working? I'm trying to make sure this works. Because for some reason on my capture card, it's only showing a black screen. I don't know why. Give me a second here, boys. I'm trying to figure out why the picture's not showing on my capture card. Why isn't it showing up? Weird. Let me see something here. I apologize for this, people. I'm trying to, like, show you things. Let's see, Elgato. Maybe it's because of OPS, you think? Let's see. Let's see. Maybe it's because of OPS. Let's see. Okay, maybe it's not this one. Let's see. Media source? I don't think it's media source actually. Trying to see. Actually. I apologize. You're seeing a lot of stuff here, people. I apologize. Just trying to figure out this stuff. Do I have a capture card here? It says game capture right here. Wait, just let me. Okay, so you guys do see the black screen when that happens. I apologize. Why isn't it? Window. Okay, that's there. But why isn't the game showing up on the Elgato? Now it says no signal. Try turning the switch on. Maybe that'll help. Nope, still a black screen. Why is it a black screen? That's weird. Why is it doing this now? Interesting. Boys, I will figure this out. Let's see what else is there. Any other things that I've seen on? Any other things that I have missed? Nope, still talking about Harrison Bader, still blah, 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 blah. Still stuff there. Okay. Black screen while using. Maybe it's. People are saying download a driver. I don't know why I'm doing this right now. Okay, I'm not doing that shit. See. Elgato, why are you not working? Why are you not showing game? It just shows black screen. That's there. Still no signal, it's it. Because the fucking switch turns off, that's why. And device in use by other software. Let's see. Sound capture, no. Device in use with other software, what does that mean? Okay, maybe I gotta close this? Let's see. Let's see, did I figure it out? Just trying to figure this out here, boys. Let's see. Okay, so let's see. Game capture. That doesn't exist. I apologize for. I probably should have had this prepared earlier, but I'm an idiot. So try to get that up so I can just, because I've had it working before. I don't know why it's not working. It's probably an OBS thing more than the capture thing. Is there anything else I can add here? Let's see. Let's see. Video capture device. The video capture device? Facecam. Elgato game capture. That. Elgato screen link. Not that. Elgato that. There it is. There it is. I figured it out here, boys. I figured it out. There we go. There we go. There we go. I figured it out here, boys. I figured it out. I figured it out. Figured it out. I'm not an idiot after all. I'm not an idiot after all. I figured it out, boys. Now I can't hear it, though, which is the only thing that sucks. Well, what are you going to do? Can you guys hear it, though? If I blink. Of course I got to fucking update. Of course I got to update this. Okay, I can't hear it, though. That's good. That's good. Sadly, I got to figure out how I can hear it, though. I don't know how to do that. Of course, the Switch has to reset and all that crap. So it's so pointless, man. Really. There we go. Like, I wish I could hear this at the same time. I just can't. I don't know how to do that with the Switch. Unless, like, do I switch it to... I can hear it through my... that wouldn't work either. Like, would I put it in... That would work. I don't think that would work. I would try to... What else is there? John Heyman posts, Mets are not close on Luis Robert Jr. at the moment, not out of question. White Sox, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Do I... Where is the overlay? Is that browser? Yep, that is browser. I can just turn that off for the time being. Let me just turn this on. I could figure out the audio issues after all that crap. Let's see. Wait, I'm trying to, like, listen to things, right? I'm trying to, like... let me see something. Actually, I want to pause this real quickly. Give me a second. I'm trying to, like, figure out how I can also hear this audio. We're troubleshooting as the stream goes along here, boys. We're troubleshooting.
Play out loud, and it's going to be picked up by your microphone, and it's just not going to sound good. You're then going to want to pick up a pair of headphones. I'm rocking the Rode into the headphone port of this mic. So I'm just going to plug these headphones into it. And now, even though you see your gameplay audio coming through the capture card here, you're not going to hear it by default. So what you guys are going to want to do is go over to the settings icon here, select that, and go to properties, and under...
So... Okay. There are properties. Okay, properties.
Under the capture card sources audio, instead of it being set to monitor off, you're going to want to select the drop down and choose monitor and output. And when you do that, you'll be able to hear the audio coming through without a problem. And
okay, let me see. So I got to go to it. Audio set? Where?
By default, into it. By default. So what you guys are going to want to do is go over to the...
Where's the settings thing here at? Well, obviously that's there. Is there an audio settings? Audio. Can I get a specific audio thing? Advanced audio. There we go. Where's the game capture? Where's the game capture? Just not there. Oh, it's video capture device. Okay.
The settings icon here, you're not set to monitor off. You're going to want to select the drop down and choose monitor and output.
Monitor and output. There we go. I can hear it now. Yeah, I can hear it. Yeah. We're listening to a tutorial on technical difficulties. Yes, we are. Yes, we are, boys. There we go, boys. Double the audio. I can hear it now, though. I figured it out. There we go. I figured it out. Any other updates here on the Phillies? No, there's not right so far. No updates. Guys in the chat, you gotta update me on stuff. And by this, you can just watch me punch things. And this is how I can take my anger out if Dave Dombrowski doesn't make any more moves. That's how I can take my anger out, okay? I can just punch things as Donkey Kong. I'll punch. That's what I can do. If Dave Dombrowski does not make any moves, I will set it up specifically to his offense and just completely punch the shit out of things. That's what I will do. What was I supposed to do now in this game? I haven't played it in a couple days. All the glory. Blah, 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 blah. No, I'm gonna die. Never mind. I'm not gonna die. It's safe. I can't climb up that shit. Nice. Reminder to you guys, you gotta update me on trades if they happen. Because I will not be able to see them firsthand right now. I'm basically just doing this so we can all pass the time here. Gold is king. I'd like to see some fashion. What does that mean? Glass. Not considered. What do you want? What do you want, you jerk? Oh, Cranky. How you doing? Hey, anything else update-wise? Nothing. Nope, still nothing yet. It's 1:59. We got 4 hours till deadline ends. Thank you for the banana. This is post-game, for anyone that is wondering. I already beat you. heck? Okay, that was easy. I don't know if that was the way I was supposed to do it. See what else is there. Still nothing on the trade deadline. Still nothing. Still nothing. Nope. Still nothing. Still nothing. Jesus. Okay, let's see. Checkpoints. Is this the way you travel? Yeah, it is. It's just another way to get up. Oh yeah, it's covered off some of the channels. What else should I do? What else can I do? It's all this stuff here. Nice apple. I don't think so. Nope, it just refuels itself. Okay. Oh, do I? Oh, okay, off the goal. Oh, the tree guy. That's a lot of gold. That's gonna take forever. It's gonna take forever. It's gonna take forever. Yo, Phillies, you gonna make another trade? Or are there gonna be any other trades right now? That would be very nice if there were more trades. You know what I mean? I do have a notification set on my phone, so I will get the update, but my phone's also on the charger. So, I gotta play it by ear with that. I probably should also just record your phone. That probably would. It would help a lot. We'll just see where everything goes from here. And then I'll get a notification on my phone. So I don't have to worry about what. Excuse me. Constantly at the computer. Ow. Is there nothing down here? Or is this just like there's something down here. I need a cracker. The Yankees tax is real. The Mariners are good first-round exits, so it doesn't matter. I'm surprised, like, other teams that are, like, especially that are, like, really getting hot, like the Brewers and stuff like that, I really haven't seen them big trades right now. I really haven't. So, I just really, the end of the deadline hopefully is crazy, and I really hope the Phillies get another move, because Bader just isn't enough. Nowhere close to enough. It just isn't. Like, Dave Dombrowski really thinks that getting Harrison Bader and then bringing up Justin Crawford is going to solve all the issues in the outfield with the offense. It's not. It's not. Mets overpaid for. Oh yeah, make it. Mets are going all in. But I really just can't like tell if the White Sox are bluffing with Luis Robert and all that crap. I just don't know.
Time for a break. It's good to see you again, Elder. So, hey.
Banana rehearsal, what? Ryan Helsley isn't as good as people think. Hitters are hitting 400 off of his fastball. That's the risk they're taking. is so overrated. Duran and Mason Miller. Oh yeah, Duran and Mason Miller are definitely better. Definitely better products. Oh, so this is the banana limit. I have over 500 bananas. I should be good. Okay, not sure what this is gonna do, but we'll see where it takes me. Oh my god, there's so many bananas in here. Let's see. Is there anything else over here? Anything, nope. If Housley gets exposed as a Mets, I would not wait for the Frank Dex reaction. It would be hilarious. That. Punch. Oh my god. Excuse me, I'm gonna bar this. I'm gonna bar that. Is that literally just what it's doing the entire time? Just focusing on these guys. There. It is. Oh, he fell off.
4 more.
Excuse me. Give me the banana. Looks like fun. Looks like fun. What is this game? It's Donkey Kong Bonanza. Zach, I needed something to pass the time with the trade deadline, man. I can't just sit here and have you guys stare at my face. I decided not to buy the Switch 2 because I don't want to waste hundreds of dollars to reward Nintendo for their anti-consumer prices. That's the problem with Nintendo's fan base. I just need these games to play, so I just bought the Switch 2. I can play Mario Kart and shit. What's in here? Orange. Yes. Aha. Aha. I am not pursuing a Twitch career. I'm just doing this so I'm not bored the entire time. Because right now it looks like the deadline's slowing a little bit before it picks up again, most likely. Yandy Diaz is undergoing x-rays. That's why he left the game. That's from John Morosi. John Heyman says Yankees remain on the Bednar Derby. Blah, 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 blah. Yep, nothing yet. Still nothing. Donkey Kong Country is my favorite. Yeah, this is a good game. It's a really good game, actually. On to the next wave. What the hell? Ah, that's what I'm supposed to do. Whoa, whoa, whoa! What the okay, let's get this guy to blow up this. No. What career did? supposed to destroy all these guys? Come on over here, gentlemen. Enjoy the nice... whatever this is. Oh.
Nice one.
Ow! Yeah, it's gonna fucking storm. I can already hear the thunder. That better mean Dave Dombrowski's cooking up something. Come on, enemy. I need to kill you. Okay, what's going on here? More? Okay, more of these guys. Come on, dude. That was easy. Hey. Oh. No, don't fall, don't fall. Thank you. Let's see, what else is there? Still no updates from these people at all. A lot of people credit Nintendo fans for their unmatched loyalty and dedication. I shamed on those for rewarding Nintendo with their greedy practices. The people support what they want to support, I guess, in terms of the gaming industry. Nintendo are a bunch of breeds, I will admit to that, but their games are good. That is not a Twitter update, that is a Facebook Messenger update. How do I get up? Can't jump up. Okay. Where do I go? What's the purpose of going down here? So here's the purpose of going down here, people. Oh. Blend it in. Oh, I see what I gotta do. I see what I gotta do. This. I can shot that. Oh, is that what I'm supposed to do? Oh, I did. Okay. I'll take that. I got completely lucky there. Update, nothing. Nope, still Harrison Bader and all that crap. Oh, still nothing. Three more balloons to get. Punch him. Ow, ow, ow. Ah! Just... Go. The whole gaming industry is shitting on itself right now between censorship and greed. There's too many options. Yep, basically. Oh boy, that's dangerous. Balloon.
Two more.
Ah! on, dude. Come over here. Shit, man. Aha! Go, 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 go. The banana.
You got this!
Ow. I need the apple. I need the apple.
All right! Go time!
Aha. Okay. Onward. What is that area? Oh, whoa! Almost fell off. Being stupid. Is that what I was supposed to do? Ow! Why do I keep trying to get to that, man?
You need a break.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Heads up!
Okay. What the banana? I should have put the show. No, are you guys going on forever? No, they're going forever, aren't they? God damn it.
Great job!
How did I destroy this now?
Hang in there!
What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Nope, that thing. That's fine. Get back here when you kill the enemy. Maybe we can cheat somehow. Maybe I can cheese it. Maybe I can cheese it. Swing, swing, swing. Somewhat.
One more!
I cheesed it. I cheesed it. I cheesed it. That's how we do things here. We cheese things. Ugh.
Focus.
What the hell is that? you're supposed to punch them like a way that makes them hit the guys. Seriously? Oh, there's a record release. That's cool. Come here. Come on. That's good. Learning something every day. There we go. Of course, I'm an idiot, but power through. And speaking of power through, browse power through the trade deadline and get another fucking bed. Airs of Vader isn't enough. And we're close. And do not try to sell me on the idea of Justin Crawford. Please. No. Okay, what am I supposed to do here? Okay. Ah, aha! Record. No, it's the record going. That was a loud thunder rumble. Wasting all my freaking apple juice. Extras over here, man. I can either. Let's see.
Easy now.
Aha. Damn it. What? Come on. There we go. There we go. Oh, you asshole. How are you still up there? You jerk off. Now, do I have that aim at this? Probably. Yeah. That was perfect. That was a little bit of complicated. Sorry, just bring it along. sold out to purchase. I'll take it. This last guy over there. There we go. Ken Rosenthal, up live vlog. Oh, this boring. It's boring. There's the thunder again. Build this in. What the fuck are we reeling in?
Good work, DK.
Flash flood warning for Philadelphia.
Wow. That training was intense.
Someone just said I'd be very surprised if Dave Dabrowski is done for today. I wouldn't be surprised.
I was so focused. Hey, well, let's go talk to the other elders. It was great.
Okay.
Cool.
I can hear it pouring outside already. Alright, it's been pouring.
You okay?
I still don't understand this thing is working. Everything else I can buy is let me shop right here. Really? Where's the explodey stuff? I need explodey stuff. Explodey stuff, I need it. Give me that shit. Damn, no more room. I am. They have any new clothes I can wear? Or purchase? Nope, 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 nope. Ouch. Ouch.
Wow, you were out like a light, DK.
Any updates? Nope. upgrade within the next 4.5 hours. Not 3.5 hours, not 4.5 hours. Like, that can't be the only trade. That can't be your offensive upgrade. That's simply just not enough. I'm talking. I don't like talking. Break that one cross over here. Yeah. I don't even know what that is. Well, I could go over here and grab it then. Oh, Jesus. That is easy. Let's see. What is this? I already got that. Really get another offensive upgrade, man. Like, we're probably gonna have to wait till like the really back end of the deadline to even, because right now it looks like things are slowing down, and that's like usually when things. It's like some things with the trade deadline that'll happen the night before, like they did yesterday, and then like you'll get some throughout the early morning and the afternoon, and then like maybe there's a dead hour. So it's just, you know what I mean. There's nothing there. Is there anything? No. Freezer layer. I mean, realistically, do you really care about the prospects that they gave up for Bader, Julian? I mean, those prospects are no names. So, I don't care what they gave up for Bader. It's 2 no-name prospects. It's a outfielder and a 16-year-old. So, to get Bader, it's fine. It's just like, or. Don't care, it's just Bader, really. Yeah. That can't be their only thing, okay? I refuse to believe that that's going to be their only thing, because it doesn't make sense. You just cannot sell me that Justin Crawford's going to come up here and be a safe. percentage is not going to translate into Major League Baseball. He needs to learn to lift the ball. Not saying that he has to be a power hitter. It's just that you can't hit every ball on the fucking ground because defenders in baseball are better than they are in minor league baseball. So maybe he got lucky on certain aspects. Because Chicago is dumb. Chicago is a poorly ran franchise. It's either they're bluffing or they're actually just serious with Steve Robert because they're very poorly ran. It's the same way with the Los Angeles Angels. Why are they still hanging on to Taylor Ward and Joe Adele when they could be trading those guys for assets? And they probably got holes on those guys. But no, they still have fake aspirations that they think they can compete in the American League. That's the reason. If anything else. Pirates and the Rangers have spoken about David Bednar. As I reported earlier today on MLB Network, this is John Morosi. Texas also is potential landing spot for Pittsburgh outfielder Tommy Pham, who will likely be moved for the third deadline in a row. Way more than. Justin Crawford made that shit. Alright. To all the Justin Crawford believers. To all the small ball believers. Small ball is loser baseball. Just as in today's world. No game for the Iron Pit. Well, Aaron Nola is not going to have his rehab start now. So much for that. Yeah, Jeff Kerr says no game for the Pigs today. Aaron Nola was supposed to have his rehab start. Also, no lineup was ever put out, if people were wondering about Justin Crawford. Oh, yeah, I could definitely see that too, Julian. No doubt. I could 100% see that. I'll be very pissed if that's the answer. But then, is that Dave Dombrowski or is that John Middleton? Whoa. Freaking Elder out again. I don't remember where to go. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, it's not there. I'm probably just missing it. It's probably in plain fucking sight. Elder's probably around here somewhere. I'm just not seeing. Yep, Phillies made the trade official. Phillies made the trade official. Phillies have acquired outfielder Harrison Bader from Minnesota in exchange for minor leaguer outfielder Henry Mendez and a minor league pitcher Jeremy Beloria. Make room for Bader on the 40-man roster. Right-handed pitcher Brett the Juice was DFA'd. But it is official. But Julian, who's going to be their closer then? Like, I understand you would rather have traded for a bat, but you can't like say that getting Johan Durant's not a good thing. You need a closer. They needed bullpen and lineup. They needed both. They needed both. And you gave up a catching prospect and McAble for a reliever that you have 2.5 years of control of. Like they needed both, and you solidified the bullpen with Durant. Now, granted, I would prefer another backup bullpen than get Jordan Romano off the team, but that's another story for another day. Like, you can't just say, like, getting Johan Durant's not a good thing. But yes, they needed both. They needed lineup and bullpen. Like, I think we're, like, seriously, like, negating how bad the bullpen is, too. Another flash flood warning. But here's the thing, Julian. Now they're saying, now all the Phillies insiders are, well, the Phillies insiders that are saying, oh, if you bring in Harrison Bader, if they don't make another trade, you platoon Marsh and Bader in left field, you bring up Justin Crawford, he plays center, that would put either you DFA Kepler at that point, you put Rojas on the bench, blah, 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 blah. I mean, you still can't criticize them trading for Durant now. Durant was the best reliever on the market. They got the best reliever on the market. Like, we really can't sit here and cry about trading for Johan Durant. Like, that's a mindset that I just don't get from a lot of people. Not saying you're doing that specifically, Julian. It sounds like you're teetering that way, though, because you prefer the bat, and you probably have the mindset, oh, who's gonna hit for it? Is a closer gonna hit for you, and blah blah blah. Right, it's just... Oh, big trade here, people. Yankees are finalizing a trade to acquire closer David Bednar from the Pirates. Yankees are getting Bednar. Until Crawford goes 1 for 30 back to the minors, but Rojas somehow has been on the team for 3 years. I'm just telling you, Justin Crawford's not going to be the savior. Yankees are getting David Bednar. Someone else says Mets are heavy front runners to acquire Luis Robert, but the Phillies will try to hard set the. Will try to bounce the Mets offer up until 6. Bednar going to the Yankees. Let's see what the Yankees had to give up for him, since Bednar basically is the last big reliever on the market. So you got to see what the Yankees gave up here. Let's see. I'm sure the Yankees had to give him something to Pittsburgh for Bednar, since he was the last reliever on the market. I just wonder how much value it was. Sam Stafford of Fox 29 Philadelphia. Phillies are still definitely in talks for Stephen Kwan. All their top prospects are still available besides Painter, who they've said is off the table. They'd be dumb, which they aren't, to stop the talks for Kwan until Cleveland says no to the final offer. See what else did they give up. What did you give up, Yankees? What did the Yankees give up? What did the Yankees give up? Julian, that's a terrible mindset. Like, you can't criticize trading for Duran. Like, you need a closer. You need a closer. I'm just saying, I don't like your mindset. That, oh, trading Duran, like, what's he gonna, he's never gonna save a game for you. He probably will. The Phillies don't get blown out that often. And yeah, they don't score a lot of runs, but their starting pitching will keep them involved. And yeah, they do have a lead going into the ninth. They will use Duran. I mean, that's a terrible mindset. Bednar to the Yankees. Dodgers Twins deal for Brock Stewart still hasn't gone through because of the medical records right now. Let's see. John Hammond is so far behind on all this stuff. When Jeff Passan says the trade is, you know, they're making the trade. Get an update on what the trade package was, please. I would love to see what the trade package was for Bednar and what the Yankees had to give up. Still nothing. Still nothing. Come on, give me an update. Still nothing on the return. catching prospect Rafael Flores and two other players go in the Pirates trade for Bednar. Phillies trade for Duran is looking better and better. What other moves did the Yankees make besides McMahon and Bednar? The Yankees made two trades. So did the Phillies. Julian, I know you're like always like spurted in the negative, but like you're really like criticizing the Durant trade. I understand. Look, it's rational that you don't like the lineup. I understand that. 3 hours left. We'll see what Dave does, and then we'll rightfully criticize if he doesn't do enough. Padres are acquiring catcher Freddie Furman from the Kansas City Royals for right-hander Ryan Berger. Not sure what that means. Yankees traded their number 8 ranked prospect and 2 other prospects for Bednar. So, you like Duran, but you're still criticizing the trade because you would have rather used the prospects to get a bat. But still, you have to understand they needed a bullpen arm. They desperately needed a bullpen arm. Like, I'm not doubting the logic of, yeah, they should go get a bat, but that's what you also have Crawford Miller for. Trade those guys for a bat. You gave up a catching prospect that people, for some reason, were up in arms on because he's 18 years old. You trade that prospect away. You don't know what he's going to turn into. He's 18 years old in single-A ball. You trade away McAble. You got the best closer on the market in Johan Duran. You have Miller, you have Crawford. Trade those guys to get a hitting prospect or a hitting person. I don't know. I don't know why he doesn't fix the lineup. Julian? Is it a Dave Dombrowski thing or is it a John Middleton thing? Like, I know we're all sitting here blaming Dave, and I'm not trying to take flack off Dave. It might be a Dave Dombrowski thing. It might be a John Middleton thing. It really might be a John Middleton thing. I can't possibly think that. I really can't possibly think that. Okay, I already forgot his name. Bader. I can't possibly think that Harrison Bader is the only trade they're making for a bat. If they are, then that's bad. It's very bad. Yankees number 8th ranked prospect and 2 other prospects heading to the Pirates for Bednar. 3 hours left in the deadline. The hitters that are still on the market, Luis Roberts, Stephen Kwan, Laureano, all that, those guys are still out there. So there is still a chance for Dave Dombrowski to make a trade, and I'm sure he's still on the phones. voicemail. Will there be a text? Yes. Where do you think the Phillies rank among the top 10 teams in the league, according to Steven? I mean, as much as we think the Phillies are flawed, a lot of... Wait, what? What's going on here? What? What? What's going on here? What's going on here? Some people are still talking about Stephen Kwan, blah, 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 blah. As much as we think the Phillies are flawed, they're still a good team. Like, granted, they're still a good team. They are. As much as we don't like them, as much as we don't like watching them, as much as we think... We know they're flaws, obviously. Yeah, yes, they're still a World Series contender. They're in the mix. Like, as much as a lot of us don't want to admit that. Or don't want to believe that. And don't leave the chat, Julian, if you did. Don't leave the chat. And now I got no viewers. We got 3 hours left to the deadline, so... might as well stop. Switch that real quickly. Go back to the regular computer. Get back there. Now bring you guys back there. And bring that back up. And do this. There we go. There we go. There we go. We're good. Fix that a little bit right there. There we go. My head's not fully cut off. Let's see. Get that. Let's see, what else is there on here? Okay, that was just like a minor trade for the Padres. Freddie Fermin is a backup catcher. Interesting. These guys are still in the market, though, for the last 3 hours of this deadline. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Still nothing. Still nothing. Someone tell Dombrowski that Stephen Kwan's white. Still nothing. So the Bednar trade was the big trade of the hour. And we'll see where it goes. Gotta be more trades, though. Gotta be more trades, though. This is an all-time live. Devon Caney says from WIP, Phillies waited out the Twins and they eventually lowered their price for Johan Duran. Likely the same approach for the big outfielder names like Kwan. That's probably what they're doing. Let's see. Among the returns to the Pirates in the Bednar deal, catcher Rafael Flores, who tore up AA, now at AAA. Top shelf framer, blah, 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 catcher. Come on. Okay, so for right now, nothing yet. Nothing yet. They're making another move, you're convinced, Zach? I just can't fully imagine that they would trade so early on in the deadline, like today, basically. What was it, like around 12 o'clock or something like that? Around 1 o'clock, they trade for Harrison Bader. That's their only trade of the day. No, they make that trade to get it out of the way. They got to make something else. Like, I can't realistically see that's the only trade they're making. I just can't. What do I think the offseason plan is if they don't win it all this year? I have no clue. I have no clue, Steven. I'm not even thinking about that right now. You don't see Dave sitting on his hands. He understands the level of urgency with the score. I wish he had the level of urgency the past few years. Still nothing. Still nothing. Now they're showing what the Reds lineup right now. Yep, still nothing. Justin Crawford. Does he even have a baseball spot? I don't even think he does. He might. I've been refreshing, dude. Okay, so Justin Crawford has a baseball savant, but he doesn't have a fucking chart with all the colors and all that crap. So, I just want to see. I just want to look at the whole scouting report of Justin Crawford. 2025 scouting report. In his 2 full years of pro ball, Crawford has made a ton of contact and gotten on base at a very high clip that led to a career 316 average and a 371 on base percentage with a strikeout rate of 18.6% heading into 2025. The left-handed hitter has started to answer questions about his ability to impact the baseball, registering more consistent high exit velocities, and while still a high ground ball rate, the numbers have dropped from year to year. He may never have a ton of power, but he keeps adding strength. He should be able to drive and lift the ball for extra bases more frequently. The work Crawford has done to strengthen his lower half has helped him not play as low to the ground, standing up more upright in the box to help on that front as well. More strength also helps Crawford to be more explosive in terms of his base running and in his first step covering ground in the outfield. He has spent a lot of time working on his defense, and there's confidence he'll be able to play center field for a long time as he attacks the upper levels of the Phillies system. And that's his original scouting report, I would almost likely think. You're not an advanced metrics guy. Yep, still Bednar right there. Still got 3 hours here, boys. Still got those 3 hours. Let's see, what else? What else is there? So, still thinking about a Brendan Donovan trade. Now the Bednar trade is there. So right now that's been the only thing that's been really trending at this point. The trade tracker finally updated with those trades, Jesus. Yeah, David Bednar, blah, 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 blah. Bader, blah, 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 blah. Kyle Finnegan, blah, 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 blah. Brock Stewart. That's still pending, I think, because of his physical. Let's see, where else can we even go with this? Actually, can I, like... There we go. I can just put it in front of me, and then I can also see the chat to the side. So instead of, like, looking over here, I'm looking over here. So, keep refreshing the Twitterverse just to see where everything goes. And of course, someone wants to bring up the thing. The last time the Phillies made 2 separate trades with the same team at the deadline, they made the World Series. Oh, never mind. That person says he's wrong. Hmm. Anything else? Full trade, yep. Bednar. Pirates get prospects in return. Blah, blah, blah. Still nothing yet. Hmm. Hmm. The hell is this? What else is there? Is there anything on? Are there any games being played right now? I'm assuming there are. It's like Thursday afternoon. There's some games being played on a Thursday afternoon. I think the Yankees were playing, but they're in a rain delay. Yeah, they're in a rain. Okay, so they were the only game being played right now, and then it's Atlanta, Cincinnati, then Texas, Seattle. That's where everything's going there. The Yankees bullpen has had a 6.29 ERA since July 1st. Holy fuck. Holy shit. Hello, buddy. Hello, sir. What you doing down there? Oh. You doing, buddy? Oh, you could jump up. Come on. My cat's down there. Come on, buddy. You jump up. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Why not? Don't jump up. I don't know where your sister is at, though. Why didn't you want to jump up here, little boy? Whatever. He doesn't want to hang out with me. Nope, still nothing. Okay. Oh, what are you doing over there? What are you doing? He's just walking all around. He found one of my freaking hair ties. Jesus. Unless that was from earlier, because obviously my cat could have been playing with that when I was asleep. Overnight. Oh, Franco, how you doing? You just got done work? Cool. Cool. You can hang out the rest of the trade deadline. What's this? What else is there? Okay, so the For You tab is really not helping me right now with this friggin' shit. Nope, still nothing. Still nothing. I hope they make more moves, Franco. It just doesn't make sense that Bader would be their only trade of the day. Like, you make a trade for Harrison Bader so early in the day, and then you don't do anything else. Hello, sir. How you doing? He's over here now, on the desk. Hello, sir. You go. Go on to bed. Go on to bed. Yeah. Oh, she's down there. Did not know that. Hey, go in the window. Go ahead. Go in the window. Go ahead. Go ahead, buddy. Shoko, I did not even know you were down there. He's sitting next to the air conditioner. And now he's in the window. As you can see right here from his silhouette. You better not stalk her from the window there, buddy. Unless he just doesn't know she's there. Okay, back to refreshing Twitter, because this is basically, even though I brought up the playing Donkey Kong for a little bit, it's too much to focus on with this trade deadline. Nope, still nothing on the refreshing. Nothing at all. Anything else? Nope, still nothing. Why is everything taking so long with like a trade? Man. We got the Bednar trade happening there. So now it's like, oh, gotta wait a little bit until another trade happens. Gotta wait a little bit. Gotta wait a little bit. And then like it also comes to the fact that I think it was on the WIP morning show yesterday that Jim Salisbury was on, and he brought up the fact that a lot of the guys in the clubhouse, they wanted the front office to go out there and make trades, and that if they didn't make any bigger trades, that they would be very dissatisfied. The clubhouse, that is, a lot of the veterans in the clubhouse would be very dissatisfied. And is Johan Duran enough to, even though as fantastic that trade is that enough to sway the guys in the locker room to be like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's the trade. That's what we got to do there. Does Harrison Bader really do much for the clubhouse? They got to be doing something else. They just really have to be. Hello, buddy. Hello, sir. And chill there in the bed. Hello, sir. Bubs. Bubs. How you doing, buddy? And chill in the bed. On the bed. And chill in the bed. Sniff the pickle toy. Catnip pickle. There you go. There you go. What? No, you're not playing with the headphones. You're not playing with the earbuds. I know you see wire, you like to bite wire. Hey, we're not doing that. Come on. Now you're just showing off your butt to the entire world here, buddy. Come on. Stop showing off. Come on, dude. I wish I could have a cat, but my mom's allergic. My mom used to be allergic too, but then she eventually grew out of it. Just being around cats so much. Is your mom not home, Halen? Is that why you're up here? Don't. Shoka, there was no reason to jump up there and hiss at him. He's just staring at you. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Yes, I know my cat was mooning the camera. Will you stop biting my fingers? And now the girl cat is sitting on the air conditioner because she doesn't like him. And every time he goes near her, she hisses. So, just wants to play with her, and she doesn't let it. Classic cat stuff. Any other updates? I have 3 cats. The other cat really does not come up here that much. The only time he'll come up here is when he wants food. And right now it's not time to eat. Even though his clock will probably go off very soon. That's also because my mom might not be home yet. Because she is currently babysitting somebody else's dog. So, if my mom was home, she would be, they would not be up here, mainly. The girl cat would be here because this is where she usually stays. But, the boy cat would not be. Let's see. Anything else? Anything else on the trades? All that crap? Let's see. Anything interesting? Anything interesting? John Heyman, of course, just spewing up the bullshit. Cedric Mullins remains a possibility for the Mets, who would like a center field upgrade. There's been little to no progress on Luis Robert, and it's even possible White Sox keep Robert. That has to be a leverage play right there. And, like, the White Sox cannot be that dumb. The White Sox cannot be that dumb, but they are a poorly ran franchise, so they might be actually that dumb. The same thing with the Angels. They think they're good enough to fucking compete for a wild card spot in the American League. But no, they should be selling off their assets, but their owner is stupid and he just wants money. That's all he thinks about. The Angels are 53 and 56. They really think they're going to, and they have a run differential of minus 66. They really think they're going to compete for a wild card spot. They're it's so dumb, so dumb. They're 4 games out of the final wild. That's the thing. They're 4 games out of the final wild card spot. Like they really think they're going to make a push. Stupid. It is so stupid. Don't underestimate the stupidity of the White Sox. I'm not. I'm definitely not. But I'm just like, are you really that stupid? Bob Nightingale says, while everyone is wondering where the Padres starter Dylan Cease is going, it certainly appears that he's going nowhere and staying in San Diego. The Padres were never going to trade. The Padres were never going to trade closer Robert Suarez. Okay. Oh, yeah, the Phillies could definitely use Taylor Ward for the power perspective. 100%. Like the Twins, they're 6 games below 500. They're 5.5 games out of the final wild card spot. They realized they needed to sell. Their run differential is not as bad as the fucking Angels. It's still bad, but it's not minus 66. It's minus 33. It's just like the fucking Angels are so poorly ran, dude. Same thing with the White Sox and all that crap. It's crazy. It is absolutely insane. Someone points out the Phillies have not made a trade with the Cleveland Guardians since December 18th of 2015. And it was Phillies have traded right-handed pitcher Dan Otero to the Cleveland Indians for cash considerations. So it was a cash considerations type of trade. Change that today, boys. At this point, I would just take, even though I would take Stephen Kwan at this point just because it is an offensive upgrade, but I need another bat, man. I need another bat. Harrison Bader's not enough. Not enough. Not enough. If getting Bader means that Marshall or Rojas are being sent down or traded, I don't think so with those two. I don't know. Pirates fans think the trade return for Bednar is awful. Brian Hodge, a Yankees insider for Major League Baseball. The Yankees have asked the Marlins for a package that would include Sandy Alcantara and Anthony Bender. This is funny. Scam warning. If you get a phone call from the 216 area code and they say they are with the Cleveland Browns, hang up immediately. They are trying to sell you tickets. It has also come to his attention that they operate within the 440 area code as well. Don't do it. Yuri Perez must be untouchable. Probably. According to The Athletic, the Dodgers and Twins deal has not finalized due to the Dodgers still going over Brock Stewart's medicals. Interesting. Let's see. Emmanuel Clase will not see heaven. I guess Guardians fans are very mad with him being caught with the sports betting thing because he probably would have gotten something really good at the trade deadline. The Guardians fans are not happy. And I'm sure they're not happy that they're going to be forced to be trading Stephen Kwan because I'm sure he's a fan favorite, but it's funny. Someone says Harrison Bader won't compliment Brandon Marsh or offset any criticism of the Phillies as free swingers in recent postseasons. Bader with a 241 batting average versus lefties, 266 average versus righties, granted with even more OPS splits, 31.5% chase rate, which is the 27th percentile, and a 26.4 strikeout rate, which is the 18th percentile. The Alex Call guy from WYP, that was the one that broke the Alvarado suspension. He says the Phillies are likely not done. So I don't know what this means. I really wonder if they're... Like, I'm just trying to think, like, who would they think is more of the priority for the outfield? Is it Kwan? Is it Robert? Is it somebody else like a Laureano? I really don't know who they think is the priority. Angels, White Sox, and the Pirates ownership are jokes? Oh, yeah. 100%. 100%. And the A's ownership. Well, the A's ownership, Zach, once they left Oakland, they spent some money. They spent some money when playing in Sacramento, and watch, once they go to fucking Vegas, they'll spend all the money in the world. That's basically what it is. Yeah, the Athletics owners, the Athletics owner, the current Athletics owner, he fucking played cheap just so he can get out of Oakland. And then once he gets to Vegas, once that ballpark's built, once the team's there, he'll start spending money. That's exactly what it'll be, to attract people in Vegas. It's exactly what's going to happen. To be fair, who would want to play a baseball team? Who would want their baseball to play in Oakland? That city is a dump. They could have just gotten a new stadium, though, man. I know Oakland probably isn't the best city in the world, but like that team is very like historic and all that crap. And you took away a very passionate fan base from Major League Baseball, so. Oh yeah, Artie Moreno is 100% an inept owner. He has no clue what the fuck he is doing. Artie Moreno just thinks that, oh, we gotta go in, we gotta go in when the iron is hot and all that stuff. Dude, your team's not good enough. When was the last time the Angels had like a competent starting pitcher and developed a competent starting pitcher? Vegas sucks. Vegas sucks. Don't disrespect Vegas. I enjoyed Vegas when I went there. Okay, Ken Rosenthal offers his thoughts on if we'll see Stephen Kwan and Luis Robert getting moved. Let's get this up.
Luis Robert and Stephen Kwan. You don't think either of those, just in the same topic?
I didn't mention Kwan, and yes, he is someone who is very much in demand right now. Dodgers, Padres, a number of other teams. Blue Jays have checked in there as well. I don't know that he will be moved only because Cleveland sets the bar so high and then does not waver from its price. They're extremely disciplined. Sometimes teams complain about that, but that's what they do. They feel that's what they have to do in their market. Luis Robert, that's an interesting one because here are the White Sox. They've been telling everybody for weeks now, we'll pick up the $20 million option. I don't buy it. I can't imagine they would want to invest $20 million in Luis Robert, as risky as that may be, for next season. So to me, they have to trade him. The question is where. The Phillies obviously acquired Harrison Bader today, so they would be out. The Mets have been involved.
Hello.
The Padres have been involved. There could be others as well.
Luis Robert and Stephen Kwan. You don't think either of those?
Okay, that's interesting. So he thinks the White Sox are bluffing and the Guardians are not budging on the price for Kwan. Interesting. They've taken 2 of Oakland's teams. Oh, I forgot about the Raiders. Completely forgot they were in Oakland for a second, for some reason. If Dave Browski would always get a shitty white outfielder. The only reason the Raiders are in Vegas is because the NFL blocked their move to Los Angeles. It's probably true. Who needs Vegas when we got Atlantic City? Yeah. Less expensive to go to Atlantic City on the East Coast, I guess. Unrelated, but weren't the Warriors playing in a stadium? Yes, they were. They were playing at the what was it called, the Oracle or something like that? Yeah, it was right next to the it was the in that complex where the Athletics and the Raiders played. Right next to whatever the Coliseum was. But then they moved to San Francisco. Then they moved their arena to downtown San Francisco. That's where they were. Mark Feinsand, Brian O'Hearn has multiple suitors, but sources say Orioles' asking price for their lone 2025 All-Star is very high. Brianna's back. Phillies Friday night at 6:45. Oakland is a dump, but jeez, Oakland fans are going, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Why not, you stupid bastard?
Playing a video off of Twitter right there. The video is set convincing Dave Nabrowski to bring us Kwan. O'Hearn isn't worth that at all. Telling you, man, it's a seller's market. It is a seller's market. I think the one thing that MLB should consider, especially with the extra wild card spot, they got to push the trade deadline back further. They got to push it back so where teams cannot have their false hopes like, oh, we think we could still compete. No, you're not. No, you're not. You push the deadline back to mid-August or at the end of August, and it'll probably go back to a standard trade deadline. Granted, you're only getting a month's worth of the player that you're getting, but you got to do something to adjust the insane bipolarness of teams that don't decide whether they want to be sellers or buyers at the deadline. Mets made a trade. The New York Mets have made a trade. The Mets are acquiring Cedric Mullins from the Orioles. Mets are getting Cedric Mullins. So that most likely means they're not going after Luis Robert anymore. That'll most likely mean they're not going after Luis Robert. If that's the case. So we'll see where that takes everything here. Cedric Mullins. Let's look at Cedric Mullins' numbers. Is he a switch hitter or is he just primary? He is a switch hitter, okay. Batting .229 this year, .305 on base, .433 slug, .738 OPS, and 105 OPS plus. He's got 15 home runs. 15 home runs this year. What are his splits? Does he have better numbers against certain pitchers? Splits. He's a way better hitter against left-handed pitching. Way better hitter against lefties. Against the righties, he's batting 204, 272 on base, 417 slug, 689 OPS. Against lefties, 298 average, 390 on base, 476 slug, 866 OPS. He's got 12 home runs against righties, so that's basically the only power that he's providing on that side. Oh, he was a switch hitter prior to 2021. Okay. He was a switch hitter prior to 2021. Because I saw switch hitter, it says he was a switch hitter prior. Okay, that makes sense. Yep, Mets are finalizing a deal to acquire Cedric Mullins. So that 100%, it probably means that they don't want to give up whatever they want to give up for Robert. So does that mean that Luis Robert, the White Sox are going to hang on the Robert? I guess that would also take the Mets out again, Stephen Kwan, I guess you could say. Interesting. I just, like, does that mean that the White Sox are going to actually hang on the Robert? Like, what are they doing? I'm not shocked, though. I'm not shocked. It is the White Sox. They are the White Sox. They are very poorly ran. I am not shocked. Don't worry, Franco. I think Brianna's a bot. I think it's a bot. They've been spamming that basically the entire night. Or the entire afternoon. Mets got their center fielder, which is Cedric Mullins. So most likely, yeah, they're out on Luis Robert. So either that means another team has a better offer for Robert, or the White Sox are hanging on to him. Yankees are getting another reliever. They're getting Jake Bird from the Colorado Rockies. Here we go. The Orioles got 3 players for Cedric Mullins. Ryman Gomez, Anthony Nunez, and Chandler Marsh are going back to Baltimore. And I think someone said cash. I think someone said they're also getting cash. Or they're sending cash to Baltimore. I'm not sure. Unless that was the Yankees. What's Jake Bird's numbers? Jake Bird. Not good. Not good. 4.73 ERA this year with the White Sox. He's not with the White Sox, with the Rockies. 4-1, 45 games, 53 innings, a whip of 1.48. Jesus Christ. What's his FIP? His FIP's still not good. No, it's a middle reliever, I guess you could say. The Mets getting Mullins definitely sounds like they pivoted off of Robert, though. That's most likely the thing. Mullins or Bader, who's better? I really couldn't tell you. Bader's definitely having the better offensive season, but in terms of fielding, I'm not entirely sure. It's probably Mullins. I think from an overall career sense, it's probably Mullins, but Mullins' numbers have not been the best in recent seasons. He's batting 229. This year. Yeah, batting 239 this year. Last year, he batted 292, so he's definitely having a down year from his standards. It's probably Mullins over the long course of his career. No, wait, this is first. Okay, I'm still in splits. Okay. Overview. There we go. Batted 229 this year. Nah. As an Orioles fan, it's Mullins. So you do with the bias there. Yeah, 738 OPS, 710 OPS, 721, 721. He had the breakout year in 2021, and that was basically his outlier. But he's like a slightly above 700 OPS type of guy. And then we compare that. Yeah, Mullins is strictly a left-handed hitter. Mullins is now strictly left-handed. And let me just look at Harrison Bader's numbers just to compare. So I really don't know who's better defensively. I could not tell you that. Looking at Bader's numbers, he's been in the league longer than Mullins. Has he been in the league longer than Mullins has? Yes, he has. Bader has been in the league 1 year longer. That is very shocking. But they're around the same age. Bader's 31, Mullins is 30. Let's see. Career for Bader 706 OPS. Career for Mullins 744. OPS, yeah. I would say offensively, Mullins is the better player. Defensively, Bader's probably the better player. But Mullins is definitely has not been the same offensively. Yeah, I would definitely compare the two players. They're definitely similar. I could definitely agree with that. They're definitely similar players. Dodgers are sending outfielder James Outman to the Twins as part of the trade for Brock Stewart, so I'm assuming that trade has finally gone through. Rockies are getting Rock Riggio and Ben Shields from the Yankees for Bird. He was a fan favorite. Yeah, Mullins I definitely could see as a fan favorite. Always got the loudest ovation. Yep, Yankees, blah, 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 blah. We got 2 hours left in the deadline, so I wonder if that means the Mets are done. If they got their center fielder. Jake Bird, that fraud. So Mets got Cedric Mullins, so that, like I said, that is probably exactly what it is. They pivoted off of Robert. So it's either Chicago's asking price is way too much, the White Sox are very stupid and they're just willing to pick up the $20 million option even though they're a 40-win team. Granted, they're the 40-win team that beat the Phillies in the series. Yeah, the White Sox are just stupid, if that's the case. Can't wait to see the Phillies got Kwan at 559. That would be the case. He's not white. Phillies just love their white guys. It's crazy. It definitely is funny. But the Phillies definitely need to, like, counterpunch this, you know what I mean? No way Kwan isn't getting dealt. Yeah, he probably is going to be getting dealt at some point. I really wish the Phillies would, like, surprise everybody and get Brent Rooker, which I just don't see happening. Do it, Dave. We got Painter, Miller, and Crawford more than enough to make the trade. Yeah. I'm on a set the bus currently, and I would probably act as a fool if they got Rooker or Kwan. That's more of a pipe dream thing for me. I was just like, oh, if the A's were willing to trade Mason Miller, and granted they did get the third best prospect in all of baseball according to all the lists. Brent Rooker could be had for the right price probably if they were willing to. He doesn't have any no trade clauses in his contract, so he in theory could be moved, but I just don't know if he will. I just don't think he will be. Twins are receiving James Outman for Brock Stewart. It's a 1-for-1 deal. Outman is 28, hitting 289 with 20 home runs and 74 RBIs in a hitter-friendly AAA league. Yeah. Rooker could have been had last year. Yeah. It's either that they just don't want to trade him. Oh, here we go. We got another report. Arizona Diamondbacks are in talks with the Boston Red Sox about right-hander Merrill Kelly. Interesting. Interesting. Merrill Kelly might be traded. And there's also the pipe dream if the Diamondbacks are selling off all these people, even though they're probably selling off all more of their rental guys. If you can find a way to get fucking Ketel Marte out of them, that would have been amazing. But that ain't happening either. It's either Rooker just does not want to leave the athletics organization, which that is the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life, or they just don't want to trade him. Could not tell you. But like I said, if Mason Miller can be had, then fucking Brent Rooker should be able to be had. You know what I mean? Blah, blah, blah. We know the Mets are getting Cedric Mullins. Ben Verlander questions why the Milwaukee Brewers have not made any trades today. That is definitely weird that they haven't made trades. Crazy. John Heyman says Astros aren't completely off of Carlos Correa, still talking to the Twins. Lots of finances to work out. I don't believe Seattle's offense is better. Seattle's offense is still very subpar. Very subpar. They have a plus 16 run differential. Their offense is not better. If it wasn't for Cal Raleigh having the season that he has, their offense isn't better. Their offense will flame out. They're basically doing the same exact thing as relying on their starting pitching. That they're doing the exact same thing. Relying on the starting pitching. Their offense is not as bad. Their offense isn't better. I know they just got Suarez, but Seattle still isn't a hitter-friendly park. And granted, maybe Suarez still goes off. I don't know. I just don't see Seattle doing anything. I don't know. I just don't see it. I know they also just got Josh Naylor too, but I don't know. I think Josh Naylor is vastly overrated. I just don't see besides like Seattle's pitching, just look at their records. They're 4 games above 500 at home, and they're barely above 500. They're 1 game above 500 on the road. Like, they're not that good of a team. Their record I feel like their record only expresses because of how good their pitching is. AL better or NL? Oh, the National League is way better than the AL. The AL is a dumpster fire this year. There are so many bad teams in the American League. It's not even funny. So many bad teams. I was trying to look at the other teams that are like. So Texas, looking at the wild card standings. So the Yankees at the first wild card spot. Boston has the second. Seattle currently holds the third wild card spot. So Seattle's not even guaranteed at shit right now. They're in the third wild card spot. How many games are they behind in the division though? They're 5 games out of the division, so they would have a lot of catching up to do right there. Yeah, they're tied with the Texas Rangers for the final wildcard spot, so Seattle's not even guaranteed shit. Cleveland's 2.5 games out, which most likely they're selling at this point. Kansas City's 3 games out. Tampa's 3 games out, which they're selling. Angels, they're thinking they could still compete. They're 4 games out. Is anybody good on the road? Oh, let's look at that. Yankees are below 500. The Blue Jays are below 500. The Yankees are below 500. The Red Sox are below 500. The Rays are below 500. The Orioles are below 500. The Tigers, they're 3 games above 500 on the road. Guardians are below 500. Royals are below 500. Twins are below 500. Obviously, the White Sox are below 500. The Astros, they're 4 games above 500. Seattle's 1 game. Texas is 9 games below 500. Angels are 25 and 30. Athletics are below 500. Mets are below 500. Phillies are exactly 500. Marlins, they're 2 games above 500 on the road, which is very shocking. They've definitely been a fun team to watch, I guess you can say. Braves obviously are a lot of the games below 500. Nationals, they're 10 games below 500. The Brewers are 4 games above 500. Cubs are 4 games above 500. Reds are below 500. Cardinals are below 500. Pirates are bad, obviously. Dodgers are 3 games above 500. The Padres, 5. Giants are 3 games below. Diamondbacks are 5 games below. And the Rockies are the Rockies. Since Tampa Bay is selling, Peter Fairbanks wouldn't be a bad arm to get. Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that. Seattle's at least trying to make moves they never seemed to do in years past. Yeah, they are. They definitely are. They definitely are, but they're still not guaranteed anything right now with them being 3rd place in the wild card. And Texas has been hot lately, so you never know what Texas has been playing a lot better. So let me see if their records versus the division. Seattle has been good against the American League West. They've sucked against the American League East, though. They're 6 and 15 against the East. Let's see where Texas is. Texas is below 500, so Texas really hasn't dominated. Okay, Texas has dominated interleague play. Same thing with the Astros. The Astros are below 500 against the West. They've barely played the East. They're 15 and 12 against the Central. They've dominated interleague play. Yeah, the Mariners are 22 and 16 against the, and they're also good against the Central. They're like that 6 and 15 record against the East, though. Marlins making the playoffs would be comical. How far are they out of the wild card? Marlins are 7 games out of the wild card. That would be shocking if they made the wild card. That'd be shocking. I mean, you can't say it's weren't the Tigers like 7 games out of the wild card spot at this exact? I think someone tweeted that out too. Like the Tigers were like 7.5 games out or 7 games out at the trade deadline last year. They went on an immense run to make the playoffs, and they upset in the first round, or in the wild card round against Houston. Yeah, it's in the NL. It's probably very tougher to do that since there's a lot of better teams in the NL. Reds, I don't get them. Seem they should have a better record. I don't. The Reds are 57 and 52. They're just very inconsistent, I think. I really don't know like what their main issue. It could be their bullpen. It could be their main issue. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know what the Reds' issue is, but they are above 500, so there is something to that. They are improving. Let's see team stats. Team pitching. Where are the Reds like ERA wise in baseball? The Reds are the 12th best ERA in baseball, so we'll see where that takes them. Reds ownership sucks. Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. I don't deny that. Astros were interested in Ryan O'Hearn in the search for a bat, but according to a source, Jesus Sanchez of the Florida Marlins is now on high on Houston's radar. As I reported a little while ago, O'Hearn's price tag remains high with 2 hours to go until the deadline ends. Passed up on Nick Kurtz in the draft for last year for Chase Burns. Let's see. Like where, like could I, is it like, I guess it's not easier to do like bullpen ERA. Batting. Let's see where the Reds rank offensive-wise. They're a very middle of the rank offense. That's why. They're a very middle of the rank offense. That's where the Reds are. And the only way you're going to get a spending floor is if they utilize a cap, which I feel like a cap would ruin baseball. And I feel like the floor wouldn't help too. I feel like those owners will find a way to get a loophole out of it, and they do something like... What? Holy Jesus Christ. The Texas Rangers... What the fuck? Adolis Garcia traded to the Mets. What the fuck, man? Dave, you gotta make trades here, dude. Dave, you gotta make trades. You gotta make trades. You gotta make trades. Dave, you gotta Mike this is from Mike Rodriguez. He's does a lot of stuff with like Dominican prospects and all that stuff. He says Adolis Garcia traded to the Mets. We'll see if anything else gets posted, but we'll see if anybody else confirms it. But right now, this Mike Rodriguez guy has something. So we gotta wait and see what happens. We gotta wait and see if somebody confirms that. Gotta wait and see if somebody confirms that. Right now, nobody has confirmed that. Nobody has confirmed this. Nobody has confirmed this. Nobody has confirmed this yet. Nobody has confirmed this right now. But then it also says the Texas Rangers have shown interest in Merrill Kelly. Why would they trade Adolis Garcia? No, and still nobody has confirmed this yet. It's only that Mike Rodriguez guy. But it's like this guy does have a following. He's got 24,000 followers. MLB Insider, it says. Nope, still no one has said that yet. No one has confirmed anything. Let's see right here. Francie Romero. Francie Romero. 3 hours from the deadline. The Luis Robert trade looks highly unlikely at this point. Minimal chances. 2 hours away until the deadline, actually. Yeah, no one yet has confirmed the Adolis Garcia thing, so it might be fake. Leverage. Yep, still nothing here right now on Adolis Garcia being traded. It might eventually happen, but you never know. It might be fake. Still, nobody has confirmed the Adolis Garcia trade yet. Up here you go. Astros have agreed to a deal to reacquire Carlos Correa in a trade with the Twins. So Correa is going back to Houston. I wonder what Houston gave up for Carlos. Interesting. Still nothing updated on Adolis Garcia, though. Nothing. Up. It might be fake. Let's see. Jeff Paston. Yep, Minnesota Twins are trading shortstop Carlos Correa to the Astros. So the Good Fight retweeted the Adolis Garcia thing, but then they had instantly deleted the tweet because the account might be fake. Or it might be fake. So why the fuck do they want Correa so badly? I don't know. Just vibes, I guess. I really wonder what they gave up. Yeah, no one is confirming the Adolis Garcia trade, so it might be fake. It might be fake. Yeah, the Garcia thing might be fake. You low-key hope it happens so it forces Dave to do something. Yeah, no one has confirmed it, though. So it's probably fake. Yeah, then you got a guy that's saying the Mets are done after trading for Cedric Mullins, so I don't know what to believe. I don't know what to believe right now. Like, it wouldn't make... Like, if you're the Texas Rangers, why would you trade Adolis Garcia? That just doesn't make sense. Correa just pulled a Kirk Cousins with the Twins just to go back home. Austin Hayes is having a hell of a year in Cincinnati. Well, I can't blame Kevin Long for Austin Hayes last year. Austin Hayes was, like, injury-riddled as hell last season. Austin Hayes had, like, what? He had, like, lacerated kidney issues and all that stuff. Like, he was dealing with so many injuries, so you really can't blame him for that fact. Yeah, the Twins are just basically blowing it up at this point. Minnesota Twins, yep, sending him back to the Astros. Finalizing the deal right now. At this point, like, why don't you trade... and Byron Buxton comes out, like, during the All-Star game, like, nope, I'm in Minnesota for the rest of my career. I want to stay there for the rest of my career. Dude, they're blowing up the team at this rate. They're blowing up the team at this rate. Correa is the generational bag securer, though. Generational bag securer. Yep, Astros close, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, Byron Buxton is injury prone, but he is a great talent when he is healthy. That's a risk I would be willing to take at least, though. Yeah, I don't think the Adolis Garcia thing is true. Anything new? Reunite Buxton with here. The Correa deal was on life support this morning when the Twins balked at eating a significant part of his salary and now reunites him with his original team. He waives his no trade clause, obviously. Correa will play third base for the Astros, replacing the injured Isaac Paredes. It's funny, Bob Nightingale said that the trade 5 hours ago was dead. Yep, still nobody has confirmed the Adolis Garcia thing, so I would assume it's fake. I would assume it is fake news. Yep, Carlos Correa to Houston deal looked dead 24 hours ago. They revisited it, rigged a significant financial gap in Houston with Isaac Paredes out. Welcome home Carlos Correa, who waived his no-trade clause to approve the deal. Give Buxton the Eagles medical staff. Less than 2 hours to go until the deadline passes. Less than 2 hours. The person was definitely trolling. It just doesn't make like, watch, I'll say like all this stuff and it doesn't make sense and all the crap, and then the trade eventually becomes official. Who did the Twins get for Correa? I have no idea. Still nothing on the return yet. I'm sure they got something back because they had to eat some of the salary. It just doesn't make sense if you're the Rangers. You're in a wild card spot. Why are you trading away one of your, pieces that helped you win the World Series a couple of years ago and was a big factor in that playoff run? It just doesn't make sense on the Rangers' part. Know what I mean? And Correa going back. Ba-ba-da-boop, ba-da-boop. Do you want to hear this stuff on the Jake Bird trade to the Yankees? Urinating Tree said, "Hey, Jake Bird away from Coors should be an instant upgrade. Bird has an ERA of 7.4 on the road this season with a WHIP of almost 2. Oh." Oh man, that is funny. That is very funny. Yeah, this is probably fake. Oh yeah, the guy even misspelled breaking news too, so maybe it probably has to be fake. Yeah, it's probably fake. Yeah, urinate treating is hilarious. Yep, Carlos Correa will play third base. Blah, blah, blah. Houston is now trying hard for one of the big starters, Merrill Kelly, Alcantara, and Dylan Cease, and they're still in talks for Kwan. Yeah, Bracken news. Yeah. It's probably fake. Gotta be fake. Red Sox are pursuing top star. Jesus Christ. John Heyman, this is what I don't get with these MLB insiders. He talks about Houston with the big starters, Kelly, Alcantara, and Cease, and then he just like, Red Sox are pursuing top starters, Miller, Kelly, and Ellers. Like, what? What are these tweets? Dude. Like, he tweeted them like 20 seconds apart, too. Like, dude, what are you talking about? Jesus Christ. Ugh. John Heyman. I want to see the return on this Correa trade, though. What did the Astros have to give up just to get him back? Minnesota Twins did not eat $50 million of his contract as the Astros desired, but it's still a significant amount with other major league players involved in the mega deal. Interesting. Dave, do something sooner rather than later. At this point, if the Phillies do make another trade, it probably won't come until the end. Dave is enjoying cocktails and a caviar. What happened to the freaking hope that he wasn't done earlier, Zach? Rio Garcia, not Adolis Garcia. Rio Garcia. Yeah, someone just said they just called their sources, and there is zero confirmation that Adolis Garcia got traded. I don't know how to feel like, and you know I cannot blame you. I cannot blame you. Now, here we go. Got a Mets beat writer saying this is the very definition of fake news for the Adolis Garcia tweet. Yeah, that makes sense. Most likely fake. Correa will play third base for Houston as he would have for the Mets if the third $350 million deal gone through. Whoever made that post said the wrong Garcia. Harrison Bader will hit a fucking bomb in his first at bat, and that'll make people fall in love with him. That'll probably happen. Or he'll make like a spectacular catch. Yep, Red Sox in talks with Merrill Kelly. We've seen that report already. They released a trailer for a new Pac-Man game, and Pac-Man has a voice, and I don't know how to feel about that. Weird. Do we still just not know what the package was for Correa? He won't bring Durant in the 7th, Mike. I mean, Julian. I know you're joking, but he definitely will not do that. They've already said they won't. Yeah, here. The Mets are not trading for Adolis Garcia. There you go. This is a Venezuelan reporter. Daniel Alvarez Montes. Mets are not trading for Adolis Garcia. It was a fake trade. It was a fake tweet. Fake. And it probably was what you were talking about, Michael. He probably said the wrong name. So, no Adolis Garcia for the Mets. Astros are acquiring outfielder Jesus Sanchez from the Marlins for Ryan Gusto. Interesting. Twins sold off another pitcher. Texas Rangers are acquiring left-hander Danny column from the Minnesota Twins, and now the Astros are getting Jesus Sanchez. I wonder if that takes them out of Kwan, though, if they were going to go after Kwan. Now, does that put Jesus Sanchez in the outfield? Yep. And now Ken Rosenthal says it. I really do wonder, are the Phillies actually going to get Kwan? Is that who they're trying to get, and they're just trying to get Cleveland to lower their price? Because it's just very weird that Kwan hasn't been traded yet. Carlos Correa's first game back with the Astros will be as the third baseman at Fenway Park against Alex Bregman. The Guardians and the White Sox are probably being hard asses. Yeah, probably. Here's an A+ tweet from John Heyman of misspelling. They are This is the Astros, by the way, with the starting pitching. They are negotiating on several pitching fronts, but the Astros still have a real shot to acquire Dylan Cease. The Astros. I have no idea who the Astros are. Oh, man. Same man that did Arson Judge. The good old Arson Judge. Good old Arson Judge. I really do feel like the Phillies are getting Kwan. I don't know, I just have this gut feeling that's who they're really trying to go after. And you have Kwan in center. Now Kwan in left and Bader in center. And do you I don't even know what you do. I'm not trying to get my hopes up right now. But I do have a gut feeling that that's what Dave's trying to negotiate with. He's trying to negotiate with either Robert or Kwan to get one of those two. Because it's still just you don't trade for Harrison Bader that early and you're just yeah, I'm done. I just don't think you do that. Don't think you do that. And Dave Dombrowski has made very late trades at the deadline before, so I wouldn't be shocked if he makes another one. But I also wouldn't be shocked if he doesn't. So, very split down the middle right now. Yep. Jesus Sanchez to the Astros. Get quantity gets suspended for gambling. Oh man, that would actually be very funny. The Twins will not trade Willie Castro, but only because after this deadline, Willie Castro would be playing every position on the diamond for them at the same time. Oh, got another tweet thing right here, I think. Jeff Passan. Yep, Jesus Sanchez trade from Jeff Passan. You know that already. Clemens is the second best player on the Twins right now. That's probably true. Sorry, I had to refresh my stream page. I apologize. Okay, so nothing really happened right there, so good. Good. Because I tried to update something here, and it just wouldn't update, so I don't know why, because fucking YouTube being stupid. will you actually save this time? Thank you. Jesus. Back to the refreshing. Harrison Bader will wear number 2 with the Phillies. That's weird. Oh my God, how many tweets is John Heyman going to tweet about? Oh, Red Sox are talking about Merrill Kelly. It's like the 50th tweet that he's done today on that. Anything else that is intriguing at all? Ken Rosenthal. Astros are working hard to acquire Dylan Cease from the Padres. No indication at a point that the deal is close. Interesting. Yep, then another person says this is not accurate. The Rangers are not moving Dolis Garcia. So it was 100% fake. That was from a Rangers reporter. This is definitely a fake tweet right here, like a fake picture that the person made. It's like the person DM'd the Mike Rodriguez guy that said, "Did the Mets really trade for Adolis Garcia?" And then the reply was, "I don't know." That's 100% like a fake conversation. Oh man. Let's see, anything else? Got an hour and a half now until the deadline's over. Still pouring it? Not as bad as it was earlier, though. But I'm assuming it's still raining. Tomorrow's gonna be 76, cloudy, blah, blah, blah. Yep, I still hear thunder outside. Hmm. Any other updates? Oh, Jesus Christ. The Padres made another trade. Padres are now getting power hitter they desired, landing Ryan O'Hearn from the Orioles. Padres are going gangbusters this deadline. Well, didn't they go gangbusters for Juan Soto? And that did get him to the NLCS, but... Yep, San Diego's finalizing a deal. No! They got Laureano and Ryan O'Hearn. What the fuck, man? Laureano and O'Hearn. The Padres are not messing around. Jesus Christ. Dave, you better go out and get fucking Kwan or something like that. You know what I mean? I would have taken Laureano. Dave, you better get a fucking another bat right here. Someone said, can Byron Buxton wake up and waive his no-trade clause? The Padres just pulled a fucking heist. I need to see this now. Like, who the fully the Padres traded for? Like gigantic. Like, Jesus Christ, they've made so many trades. Not even funny. Can I just look at specifically their trades? I can. Padres. Yep, Ryan O'Hearn and Laureano. Mason Miller. That was last year. Okay, that was last year. At last year's, they got Luis Arraez. Yeah, so this year their big trade was Mason Miller, Ryan O'Hearn, and Ramon Laureano. For some reason, I feel like they got a lot more. Probably because it's Mason Miller. Yeah, it was probably because of Mason Miller. And they also got Tanner Scott last year at the deadline. So, they're known to make big trades. They're known to make big trades at the deadline. AJ Preller doesn't mess around. And they still got, yeah, they probably were never trading Robert Suarez. We got to see what they give up. What have they given up? What did the Padres give up to get both of these guys? Because both of these guys are rentals, right, Zach? Laureano and, I know Laureano has like a club option, but isn't O'Hearn a rental too? Yeah, the Padres were up 2-1 in the NLDS last year, and they did choke it to the Dodgers. No, not guaranteed shit. I'm just saying they're just willing to make big trades because they have such a deep prospect system. And like I said, AJ Preller's just a madman. He did give up the third best prospect in baseball for Mason Miller. Okay, so they are rentals. In theory, the price shouldn't be that much, but you're getting 2 players. So we'll see what the Padres gave up. We will see what the Padres gave up. But we are getting to the winding hours of the trade deadline, so maybe trades will come in more frequently now. Like, are the Padres actually going to trade Dylan Cease? Like, are they actually going to do that? I feel like that doesn't make sense for them. Unless, like, they're really just confident with the other pitchers in their rotation. It's very interesting. Very, 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 very interesting. If the price wasn't so much, why couldn't we get Laureano? No idea. Well, we got to see what the Padres gave up because it's probably something that the Orioles couldn't refuse. People still talking about Correa. Kwan is guaranteed a Philly if Dave pulls the trigger. Yeah, that's if Dave pulls the trigger. Bryce, go into fucking Dave's office and tell him to make another trade. Like, pick his feet up off the damn desk, knock over his cocktail, and say, Dave, make a fucking... Go and say, Dave, go make a fucking trade like you tell Rob Manfred to get the fuck out of our clubhouse. Go do that. Go do that. I need to see what the Padres gave up. Yeah, the Phillies do need to make another move. Important for the Padres, this is from John Morosi. They have a 2026 club option on Ramon Laureano, which should help them address left field next year as well. Now Urinated Tree posted a video with AJ Preller, and it's just the entire video of the puppet Elmo on crack. Video's hilarious. Oh, Jesus Christ. That is hilarious. Still nothing yet. Nothing on the return. So the Padres were interested in Kwan. Now that they got Laureano and O'Hearn, that takes them out on Kwan, theoretically. And the Astros, they just traded for Jesus Sanchez, so in theory, that probably takes them out on Kwan. So that probably leaves the Phillies and most likely the Dodgers as the teams that are interested in Kwan. In theory, boys. All in theory. Yeah, Dodgers are still going to be on Kwan. So that means it would be the Dodgers and the Phillies that are in on Kwan. Unless the Phillies are still trying to get Luis Robert and the White Sox are just being assholes and stupid, which is a very high possibility. I would cry if Kwan goes to the Dodgers. Man, a Dodger fan Twitter page says traded to Mackenzie Gore, C.J. Abrams, James Wood, Jarlin Susana, Robert Hassel, Brandon Nett, Eduardo Nunez, and 2 other players. Received 0 rings. Mason Miller, who was injury prone, J.P. Sears, 5 career ERA, and Michael King leaving in the winter. All hail Preller. It is definitely very crazy that the Dodgers haven't done much. It's because they're probably trying to get Kwan along with the Phillies. I would assume that's the case. Someone, Dan Hayes of The Athletic, who's a Twins writer, said one of the Twins players said that no one wants to stay if they are selling like this. Oof. 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 How about that, Byron Buxton? You said you wanted to stay a Twin your entire fucking career. Your team is selling. Your team is doing a fire sale. That is funny. That is definitely very funny. Buxton, yikes. Buxton, yikes. Exactly. Yikes. Yikes. Oh, man. Crazy stuff here, boys. Crazy stuff. Less than an hour and a half until the deadline. Fox Sports admin is trying to keep up with the trade deadline acquisitions. Yeah, seriously, Byron Buxton's comments. Aged like fucking milk. Aged like milk. I want to be a Twin for the rest of my life. Well, buddy, you're going to be a Twin for the rest of your life because that team is fucking blowing it up. Andy Martino of SNY, who covers the Yankees and the Mets, says the Yanks might not be done, but the Mets mostly feel like they're done. Someone said the Padres are going to have a fucking beer vendor starting in the infield in AA. Oh, man. There was one prospect going back to the Minnesota Twins in the Carlos Correa deal. Torres tell The Athletic the Twins are eating some of the money. The deal is a pending medical move. So the Twins are basically just shedding payroll. That's basically what that trade is. They just shedded payroll. And it's like, oh, we'll take a prospect back. We'll eat some salary. Get this contract off the books. Do the Phillies make another move? I fucking hope so, Andrew. I hope so. Dave, get off your fucking horse, man. I don't even know what I just said. Get off your fucking horse. Get your thumbs out of your fucking ass, man. Come on. Get on the phone. Make a trade. It would be very funny if he just makes another trade with the Twins. Hey, since you're selling all these guys, give us Buxton. Even though Buxton would have to waive his no-movement clause to come to Philadelphia. Which I wouldn't see why he wouldn't want to. Because why would you want to stay on a team that is clearly fire selling and going to be bad for a very long time? Dave said he is done. He is done. What? What are you talking about? Where do you see that at? Cease to Houston is progressing. Astros might get a reliever too if the deal can be completed. Where do you see Dave said he is done? No one said that whatsoever. Where did the Padres would trade Easto? That is very weird. This is very weird. That guy Icyvert says Stephen Kwan deal to the Phillies at the 1-yard line. He's clearly like joking. And then someone said, "Why is Jalen Hurts talking baseball?" still haven't seen a return for the freaking Orioles trade. I don't think I have. Let's see. The second half Twins roster is just going to be a bunch of inbreds. I don't need NHL rumors at this time. Freaking NHL rumor report. I don't care about Marco Rossi rumors with Frank Saravelli, blah, 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 blah. I just need more. We're an hour and 15 minutes left in the deadline. The Dodgers are 100% going to swoop in and take the biggest blockbuster at the end of the fucking deadline. 100%. I could clearly see that happening. I've also been streaming for basically almost 6 full hours at this point. The Mets and the White Sox have held talks about Luis Robert Jr. in the recent hours, but the trade did not happen per sources. What else? The fuck? So this comes from an Orioles beat reporter. Hearing but not confirmed, the Orioles are getting 6 players back from San Diego for O'Hearn and Laureano. No wonder why no one traded for Laureano. No wonder why the Orioles would accept that. They're getting 6 players. Holy shit. Freaking Padres are gonna have no prospect system. The Padres are gonna have no prospect system. And they're taking a risk. And that's what I would wish the Phillies would do. Love that they're on trade. Bader ain't good enough. Yankees are still talking to teams about adding starting pitching, blah, 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 blah. John Heyman just his typical tweets. Padres are ruining for farm system. Still no updates. was talking to my dad. He peeked into the room for a second. This is a funny tweet. So obviously, like some of those, this MLB Scoops account, even though they have 20,000 followers, you already know it's fake. In the 11th hour, the Mets and the Rangers have engaged in conversations to send Jacob deGrom back to Queens, and then someone retweeted it saying, "I hope someone walks into your house with a bomb strapped to your chest." Oh, that is hilarious. That is hilarious. Now all Phillies fans are just trying to like manifest Buxton to Philadelphia. I hope someone walks into your house with a bomb strapped to their chest. That is actually really funny. That is very funny. Hey, didn't the Twins get new ownership too? Someone said when the Polettes announced they were going to sell the team, I didn't realize they meant one player at a time. That is actually pretty funny. Yeah. Astros are not done. Still in deep talks to get Dylan Cease. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, people, I will be right back. I gotta go feed the cats because it's basically their time to eat. So give me like 5-7 minutes. Hopefully in that time, Dave Dombrowski makes the trade. I'm back. Hey, cats are fed. Back to the updating. I don't think anything happened to them when I was gone. I did it. Anything? Anything? Ugh. Still nothing. We're at the last hour of the deadline. Please, Dave, just do something, man. Eat it in my veins. Breaking news, the Padres have canceled the rest of their minor league season because they have no players left. Breaking, the Atlanta Braves are interested in being ass and are aggressively exploring multiple avenues to continue being ass through the rest of the season. Wasn't Ozuna supposed to be on the trade block? Hey. Come on, I need something. Hello, Shoka. Still nothing. Still nothing. It'd be funny if there was like a timer that I can like post on the entire screen for like the trade deadline and all that crap. Got an hour left, boys. An hour left. I'm actually starting to hit the wall of being exhausted for streaming this long. Shoka, will you stop stepping on the buttons of the air conditioner, please? You and the freaking having to jump on the damn air conditioner because you gotta look out the window. Now she doesn't do it on purpose, but it's just like it's. In an interview with MLB.com, Correa says he's happy to come home to the team where he started his career. He said it was clear Minnesota wasn't going to be the direction he wanted, and they agreed to find the trade. I let them know there was only one team I would allow that to happen. And someone said the team is headed in this direction because you were paid $37 million to put up Andrelton Simmons stats. Only one prospect going to the Carlos Correa deal, blah, 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 blah. Twins are paying a significant portion of the remaining $102 million left on the contract. Ken Rosenthal makes an update. Latest on Griffin Jackson, Stephen Kwan. The Toronto Blue Jays continue to talk to the Twins about reliever Griffin Jackson, the Cleveland Guardians about Stephen Kwan, according to the sources briefed on discussions. Neither player is seen as particularly likely to be traded. The Los Angeles Dodgers are also talking to the Guardians about Kwan, but consider a trade for him a long shot. Alex called to the Dodgers. Oh, there you go. There was the Phillies person that someone said. Alex called to the Dodgers. Alex called to the Dodgers. That was who was that? Matt Gelb that said he was that the Phillies were interested in. Yep, Alex Call from the Nationals. Like, seriously, like, go get Kwan, dude. Getting Call. Come on, Dave, you asshole. So, like, what are the Dodgers out on Kwan now? That they got a call? Like, what is going on here? Steven Kwan getting traded? Is Luis Robert getting traded? Like, what the fuck? Jason Stark says, even with all these deals, it's incredible how slowly the starting pitching market has moved at this deadline. Among the heavily discussed starters out there still, Alcantara, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Dylan Cease, Charlie Morton, and more. Who the fuck wants Charlie Morton? I really want to know. Who the fuck wants Charlie Morton? Who the fuck wants Charlie Morton? If they could somehow get Griffin Jacks and Steven to make another trade with the Twins to get a bullpen arm, you're like, please stop calling us. I mean, Kwan's there for the taking. Kwan is there for the taking. Who wants Grandpa Chuck in 2025? Apparently, teams were calling. I don't know. I don't know who wants Charlie Morton in 2025. I really don't. Dude has had a nice career. Just let him go off into the sunset, man. This is going to be a very long 50 minutes. Yes, it is. Several teams are still in talks with the Marlins about Sandy Alcantara, with an hour remaining before the deadline. The Yankees and Astros are in the mix, according to some industry sources. Bustin' and Jacks for Crawford Painter. And now Mike Rodriguez comes out saying, someone hacked my account and I want to apologize for you all. While I was enjoying the day with my family, information came out about a change involving Adolis Garcia that was also poorly written on my X account. I apologize to everybody who followed my work, blah, 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 blah. I'm surprised Sandy hasn't been dealt yet. Trying to see if there's more news. I still haven't seen shit. Rangers who've been trying for Dylan Cease are talking to the D-backs about Merrill Kelly now, blah, blah, blah. And they're just making some old trades official now. I got 45 minutes left. We need something here. Let's see. Get a nap after this? Oh, trust me, I am not napping after this. I am probably going to have to do some work at some point. Whether it's for us, whether it's for Brodes or something like that. It's going to be at some point. Been a long stream. Well, I was committed to the long stream. Was it a mistake? Probably. Probably should have came on a little bit later. But what are you going to do? I'm a man of the people. I'm a man of the people. That's what I do here. Man of the people. So, let's see. Miles Straw, who plays for the Blue Jays, just tweeted 2 finger crossed emojis. So, what's happening here? What's happening here? Buzzy said that I swear if Miles Straws is crossing his fingers for his old buddy Stephen Kwan. Someone said 1 hour until I leaked Dombrowski's address. Jesus Christ. Not sure if Toronto needs Kwan. Yes. Boston Red Sox and the Rangers are in strong pursuit of Diamondbacks starter Merrill Kelly with 45 minutes left in the deadline. Seriously, this is going to be the longest final so many minutes of my life. Kwan to the Phillies at 5:59. There. Nothing here. So the Astros traded for Paredes has a season-ending injury. Interesting. That's why the Astros traded for Correa. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Can we please get another trade at this point? And nothing like minor. Can we get a freaking major trade here? Just to like... me as a baseball enjoyer, but also a baseball idiot to myself. I've only seen the Phillies in one tweet today, and the other teams have had their names tweeted many times, so therefore they haven't had an incredible deadline. They haven't had that incredible of a deadline. Nationals are getting 2 prospects in return for Alex Call. The Dodgers 16th and 20th ranked prospects. Yep, saw Alex Call. Yeah, that was like very early in the stream. That Matt Gelb wrote an article about the Phillies might be interested in before they traded for Harrison Bader. That was something. So I'm assuming Jeff Passan is talking on like MLB Network or something like that, or it's something from an article. Jeff Passan says no big moves yet, and yet let's remember they have one. I don't even know who he's talking about. The Dodgers, probably. Yeah, he's definitely talking about the Dodgers. They have one of the best farm systems in baseball, and there's still a lot of big names out there to be had. The Dodgers have the propensity to do things when the deadline is bearing down. Come on, people. I need a trade rumor. Someone says that if the Mets don't make another move, have to think Beatty will be the most affected by the Mullins trade. McNeil figures to be primary second base again, and Mauricio seems to be ascending, likely to get most of the playing time at third base. Trade deadline in 59 minutes. Minnesota Twins still have free agent to be Willie Castro on the roster. Hmm. 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 Come on, buddy. Someone said the Harrison Bader trade was this was the most Phillies tenured Dave Dombrowski move I can imagine. Hmm. Sure. Rangers are now the favorites to land Diamondback starter Merrill Kelly. As the two sides move close to a deal, it will give the Rangers a powerful starting rotation. And we'll see where that goes. We will see where that goes. Yep. Texas have just traded for Merrill Kelly. Now that's happening. So we got that trade. Now we have almost a half hour left in the deadline. Is Stephen Kwan going to be traded? Is Luis Robert going to be traded? Probably not. At this rate, who knows? Something could happen very last minute. I swear to God, Dave Dombrowski. Yep, Kelly to Texas. Kelly to Texas. Wonder what the Rangers are giving up for the rental. And there's still more starters on the market. And someone just said that the Mariners are done. Adam Jude, who is a Seattle, he's a Mariners cover, or Seattle's Mariners insider for the Seattle Times. I've streamed for way too long. Now my words are like meshing together. That's how long this has been, boys. Fucking trade deadline. I'm never doing a 6-hour one again. I'll probably do like 3-hour. 6 hours, your brain goes to mush. But still, don't regret it. Don't regret it. Hmm. People keep saying the cease to Houston thing is still something. Yeah, so that's official with the Merrill Kelly trade. So that has happened. That's what happens when you start 6 hours before the deadline. Hey, I figured I'd cover the trade deadline. Why not? Hmm. Relief prospect Tyson Neighbors is also headed from San Diego to Baltimore for that Rhino Herd Laureano trade. Anthony DeMarco, I don't need NHL rumors right now, man. I don't need NHL reports. I need baseball rumors. Because we are almost basically 30 minutes left of the deadline. There we go. All the prospects going from the Padres to the Orioles in the Laureano O'Hearn trade. Boston Bateman. That's a great name. Cobb Hightower. Jesus Christ. Victor Figueroa. Tyson Neighbors. Brandon Butterworth. And Tanner Smith. Jesus Christ. Those are some names. Those are some real names. If you're still listening to the Zach, those are some names. Brandon Butterworth. That is a great name. And Boston Bateman. Ay. I knew Dave was done as soon as they got Robert. Robert? What are you talking about? You mean Bader? Tell ya. Yeah, live stream for long enough, your brain goes to mush. Boston Bateman. Willie Castro to the Cubs. Twins made another trade. Willie Castro to the Cubs. What is Castro? Yeah, he's a shortstop. Okay, he's a shortstop. He's 28 years old. He's a free agent. Twins made another trade. Willie Castro to the Cubs for prospects. What? What? The Los Angeles Angels made another trade. To add, they got Oswald Peraza from the Yankees. Why? Why? Well, what Angels? What are you doing? Current Minnesota Twins players under contract for next year: Byron Buxton and Pablo Lopez. That's it. Yep, Cubs acquiring Willie Castro from the Twins. He plays every position but catcher. Yep, Cubs getting Wilde Castro. Cubs got their next Ben Zobrist. People keep saying this is an amazing trade deadline. Not from my perspective. Yeah, the Duran trade was great, man. It's Harrison Bader. Harrison Bader. Don't want Harrison Bader. Half hour left. 29 minutes left specifically. 29 specifically minutes left. Almost there. Pittsburgh reporter coming in here talking about, I've had enough, I've written enough, I've spoken enough. Rest of the day, I'm using this account to retweet what you have to say about the pathetic franchise that's owned by someone comfortable allowing a 6 years failed GM to make salary dump for prospects. Red Sox that made a lit effort to acquire Joe Ryan. No idea. Joe Ryan. The name's familiar, but it's just like, ooh. Pitcher from the from the Twins. Twins are fucking trading everybody. Yo, Buxton, you still want to be on the Twins? Buxton, you still want to be on the Twins, man? Twins are trading literally everybody. The Twins are not going to have anybody. The Twins are going to lose like 100+ games next year. Because they have nobody. Twins are trading all their goddamn players, man. It is. I don't even know if that's. It's like sad and hilarious. Royce Lewis is next. Honest to God, I don't even think anybody would take Royce Lewis with how injured he is. That the dude just made of glass. He's an immense talent, but he's glass. He's still young. I understand that, but he's glass. He is glass. Cole Drake and David Hageman, part of the package going from the Rangers to the Diamondbacks for Merrill Kelly. So I don't know if those are prospects or anything. They probably are. Oh my God. Excuse me. Yep, Joe Ryan has officially been traded to the Red Sox. Rangers are still actively trying to acquire Phil Maton from the Cardinals as well. 25 minutes left into the deadline. And granted, there will be a little bit of deals that squeak past the deadline that are, in the paperworks and all that crap. But still, the Twins basically traded their entire roster. Like, that is kind of funny. Traded a majority of their bullpen, traded a majority of their roster in general. And they still have Byron Buxton that wants to be a Twin for life. Unreal. Unreal. Some players just don't want to win. They just don't want to win. They're comfortable in their situations because he's making his money. And blah, blah, blah. Jesus Christ. What else? Uh, hmm. And the good fight tweets out, I don't want to sound greedy because Duran is a massive upgrade. However, the offense is and has been the biggest issue, and they've added a guy who makes you better but doesn't necessarily put you over the top. Ryan O'Hearn or Laureano would have made me feel great. I don't know what they're trying to get right now. Like, he has to be still, like, trying to get Cleveland to drive the price down of Kwan. You would think. I'm not trading Andrew Painter to get Stephen Kwan. I ain't doing that. You're trading Painter for Stephen Kwan 1-for-1. That is a dumb trade. Like, Painter is still, like, the only prospect that you can convince me to keep. Painter would have, you would have to be, like, a gigantic package. It can't be 1-for-1. It also might be John Middleton. John Middleton let Dave go after one big name, and then, like, Don, no, that's it. I'm good. I've had my satisfaction. And go back to what you normally do, is by the margins. Hmm. 20 minutes left, or 19. Oh my god. Oh my god. Still no other rumors right now. Nothing. 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 Steven said Middleton blows. The Rangers. Geez, the Rangers gave up 3 prospects. You trade Painter for Kwan all day? Look, Kwan's a good player. You don't trade Andrew Painter 1-for-1. That's the dumbest. That is a big malpractice. You'd have to get way more if you're trading Andrew Painter. The Diamondbacks got 3 prospects from the Rangers. The Rangers' number 5 prospect, 9th prospect, and 13th ranked prospect, all pitchers. Royals are acquiring Bailey Falter. Okay. Bailey Falter's going to the Orioles. $15 minutes. It doesn't seem like the White Sox want to back down on their ask for Robert, if that's the case. And they're being delusional. They'd rather pick up a $20 million option than just trade him for some reason. Just cut your losses there, Chicago. Just cut your losses. Yep, here. Miami Marlins will not be trading Sandy Alcantara today. He'll once again be the ace down the stretch as the Marlins keep pushing this season and developing for the future. So Sandy Alcantara will not be traded. Yep, more the Royals acquiring Bailey Falter, blah blah blah. The Marlins are not trading Alcantara, which is crazy. Maybe they think they can get more for him in the offseason. Hmm. $13. Padres are getting Nestor Cortez from the Brewers. So the Brewers didn't add, they got rid of it. The Red Sox are in talks for Dustin May. We're getting to the last stragglers here of the final minute of the deadline. Yep. Boston Red Sox are acquiring Dustin May from the Dodgers. Reds are getting Miguel Andujar from the Athletics. Wait, so was the Joe Ryan tweet not real? So no, Joe Ryan was never traded. Wow. Wow, Joe Ryan did not get traded to the Red Sox. So that was not true. Yep, Dustin May to the Red Sox. Brandon Lockridge goes from the Padres to the Brewers for Nestor Cortez, blah, blah, blah. Down to the final 9 minutes of the trade deadline. Is there going to be one last straggler blockbuster trade or big name that gets traded? One last or a couple of last stragglers? Pirates got 2 players in return for Bailey Falter. Evan Sisk and Callan Moss. Did the Dodgers get Jarren Duran? No. I don't think the Red Sox were trading him. I don't think so. Someone just said that less than 90 minutes until the game time and no lineup for the Red and Fightin' Phils. Could the Phillies be playing the deadline watch and wait game with Aiden Miller? Interesting. But someone said, was the game rained out for the... Wasn't the game rained out for Reading? Let me see. I think the game was rained out. I think their game was rained out. No, they haven't said anything. They have not said anything. Yankees are acquiring shortstop Jose Caballero from the Tampa Bay Rays. Rangers close to acquiring reliever Phil Maton. No, I doubt the Red Sox traded Jarren Duran for Dustin May. That would be kind of dumb. Arizona Diamondbacks getting a little traction with Zach Gallen now, expected to keep him bearing a last-minute offer. He's a free agent next season and will be given a qualifying offer. Another tweet from Jeff Passan. The Rays are acquiring Adrian Hauser from the White Sox. Taylor Rogers, who was acquired by the Pirates in the Brian Hayes deal, is being traded to the Cubs. We're getting some last-minute stragglers right here. Getting a lot of last-minute stragglers. The Cubs getting Taylor Rogers now. What else is there? Nah, no one said they got Duran. No one has said they got Duran. What? Yep, Phil Maton going to the Texas Rangers. Jesus Christ, we're getting so many last-minute stragglers. Yep, Phil Maton. Yep, Dodgers trading Dustin May. We know that. Yep, Adrian Hauser go to the Rays from the White Sox. Maton to the Rangers. 5 minutes left in the trade deadline. Ugh, fuck. Hold out 5 minutes for hope, Zach. Even though I don't think there is hope. Ugh, fuck. Yep. Caballero to the Yankees. We know that. 5 minutes left in the trade deadline. Yep, and Miguel Andujar to the Reds. Weird that the Dodgers really didn't do much today, though. Even though there's still 4 minutes left in the deadline, so there could be anything very last minute. Bill Maton, blah, blah, blah. Mark Feinsand, as expected, the White Sox will not be trading Luis Robert by 6 p.m. So Luis Robert is off the board. So 3 minutes. Yeah, Dave's probably not doing anything else. Dave's probably not doing anything else. I don't know what the White Sox are doing with they're constantly keeping of Robert. We all know the Rays acquired Adrian Hauser, blah, blah, blah. Pirates will not be trading either Andrew Heaney or Dennis Santana by the trade deadline. This is also from Mark Feinsand of MLB.com. 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go. Even though, like I said, there's always like past stragglers that are like just haven't been announced. Another year of Luis Robert trade rumors. 1 minute left in the deadline. Yep. Anything else? Really, there has not been any update on Stephen Kwan. You would think if he's not being traded, Mark Feinsand would have said it by now. Just like what he said with Tigers are working hard for a starting pitcher currently from John Heyman. Yeah, it's 6 p.m. The deadline is over, but there can still be another like 30, 45 minutes as trades clear through the commissioner's office. So they're still. Oh, Yankees are getting Camilo Duvall from the Giants. Yankees are getting Camilo Duvall. Yeah, so there's technically still like 30 minutes until the deadline. The deadline's over, but trades can still happen. So realistically, in the next few minutes, because no one has said anything about Stephen Kwan. No one has said anything. So it's either something is brewing about him or just nothing's happening. So we'll find out within like the next half hour. Yep, Yankees with Camilo Duvall. Anything else? Yep, Bob Nightingale says the deadline's over, but there will be a handful of moves trickling over the next 30 minutes. Nationals did not trade Mackenzie Gore because there were some rumors about that. Oh, Tampa Bay Rays are getting Griffin Jacks from the Minnesota Twins. Rays are getting Griffin Jacks. Oh, yeah, never mind. Yeah, it's over. Guardians are not trading Stephen Kwan. Guardians are not trading Stephen Kwan. Yep, Guardians are not trading Stephen Kwan. Sandy Alcantara and Edward Cabrera remain with the Marlins. Charlie Morton to the Tigers. Weird. Charlie Morton needs to retire. I don't know why that would be the move for the Tigers. Yep, Guardians are not trading Stephen Kwan. So the Yankees got Camilo Duvall and David Bednar. Well, I do not expect any more trades from the Phillies' perspective at this rate. So. Yep, Tigers acquire Charlie Morton. Firm now. Luis Varland to Toronto. Players not traded at the deadline: Joe Ryan, Mackenzie Gore, Sandy Alcantara, Edward Cabrera, Zach Gallen, Luis Robert, Andrew Heaney, Dennis Santana. You can also add Stephen Kwan to the mixed. Just trying to see if there's any last minute, but I doubt there's anything with the Phillies. I doubt it. Yep, this sums it up basically right here. Durant is a great move. Bader as the only addition to the lineup is underwhelming. Very underwhelming. This is exactly it's underwhelming. Yep. Very, very underwhelming. Well, I'm not expecting the Phillies to make any other moves if it's a surprise right here or if it's a last minute type of thing. So I think I'm finally gonna end it here. I'm done with this. Full-fledged summary. Johan Duran, fantastic move. Harrison Bader, very underwhelming. Very underwhelming. It's not enough. So your offense is still basically going to be the same. And they're probably going to call up Justin Crawford and try to sell that. So I'll probably have more thoughts on this. I would expand on it anymore, but I've been live for 6 hours at this point, so I'm drained. Yep. Classic Dave Dombrowski and John Middleton. Get our hopes up, and then don't do anything else. Yep, Stephen Kwan stays in Cleveland. I would love to hear what Dave Dombrowski's excuse is for this deadline. So, thanks guys for tuning in for this long stream, very long stream. I won't plan on doing another 6-hour stream in the future. It'll be definitely shorter. So, thanks guys for tuning in, and don't forget to comment, drop a like, subscribe.